That's 11. My name is Evan Sunokogi. Muslim faithful have been urged to reflect on the spiritual significance of the day of Arafat through fasting, prayers, and acts of charity ahead of the Eid al-Kabir celebration. The call was made by Islamic scholars, including the Chief Imam of Benin Central Mosque, Sheikh Abdul Fatai Inabulele, during the reflections on the importance of Arafat in Benin City. Ofura Neto reports.
Commenting on the significance of Arafat, the Islamic scholars describe the day of Arafat as the major pillar of Hajj and a special period for Muslims to seek forgiveness, pray, and draw closer to Allah. They said the day, which is the 9th day of the last month in the Islamic calendar, symbolizes unity, sacrifice, and devotion among Muslims across the world.
The 9th day in the month of Zulhijjah, the last one in the Islamic calendar, and every one of us are supposed to embark on fasting on this day, because it's the day of Arafat. Those who are going to Hajj will go to Mount Arafat to go and talk to God, beg God to forgive us all our shortcomings, our sins, and beg God to also grant us our future endeavors.
Arafat is believed by we as Muslims at this day Allah has perfected the religion of Islam. It marked the conclusion of Hajj, that any day Arafat fall, the next day will be Eid al-Adha.
Arafat, every Muslims, wherever you are, if you are okay health-wise, you are supposed to observe a fasting directed by Allah, because that day called Arafat is very, very important to Allah.
To call Allah, to beg Allah, to pray to Allah, to do good things.
Arafat is the main pillar of Hajj, and it is being noted that anyone who misses the day of Arafat is as though persons did not perform Hajj.
A visit to the Eid prayer ground at Igbobaslo, Benin City ahead of the Eid al-Kabir celebration revealed that arrangements for the congregational prayers and other activities were already in place. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
As to the celebration of Eid al-Kabir, also known as the fast of sacrifice in Islam, the ram markets in Warri and Everon, so Delta State, is characterized by few customers, a situation traders attributed to low patronage, high inflation, and exorbitant cost of transportation. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed, who visited the ram markets in Warri, reports.
A visit to ram markets in Warri and environs revealed that the market is scanty with a few customers. Some traders in Ram attributed the situation to bad roads, extortion by touts, high cost of transportation, and coupled with the high exchange rate of the naira to foreign currencies. The traders complained of multiple checkpoints on the highway. They said a ram, which sold for between 200,000 naira and 300,000 naira last year, is currently sold for between 500,000 naira and 850,000 naira, while a cow is sold for 1,500,000 naira, depending on the size.
Life now one. Yeah, I say the whole market. I bet the sunlight don't come now, anything no move.
Transport, road no good. Government more than help us for the road, more than do the road. For not to carry more to reach here. 2 to 3 days, sometimes now 4 days.
Why do you make one with even the sell animal like that? Because even for not, Avengers warriors for the first thing and go slow.
That's where that high, and I'm making the able to go high. Because low, the animal will go low. So now transport will not go up, and I the animal will go off.
The traders appealed to the federal government to address multiple checkpoints on the highway and repair roads in order to reduce the burden and hardship faced by traders. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
In the meantime, arrangements have been perfected for the 2026 edition of Independent Television and Radio Children's Day Celebration, tagged Children's Peperepe, set to hold at the corporate headquarters of the station Glass House, Airport Road, Benin City. The event, scheduled to commence by 11 a.m. on Wednesday, is expected to attract hundreds of children, parents, and fun seekers from within and outside Benin City for a memorable Children's Day experience. Patience Osaogiwa has the details.
The celebration will feature a rich blend of entertainment, including music, dance performances, comedy, cultural displays, games, talent showcases, and lots of exciting gifts for children. Members of the planning committee, Mr. Emmanuel Kololoho, Mr. Larry Uzioma, and Mrs. Ella Brume, said the annual event is part of the station's commitment to celebrating children, encouraging creativity, and providing a platform for young talents to thrive in a friendly and entertaining atmosphere.
This year's event is going to take a very different dimension. We are going to do free ice cream for all the children from the various competitions I have put together to ensure that we are entertain and delight all these children. We have also ensured that there are a lot of gifts that these children will carry home.
And we are inviting everybody. We are inviting orphanages, we are inviting churches, we are inviting schools, everybody to get ready to celebrate these children. It's once in a year. It's not something that we joke with. Gate fee is just 1,000 naira to have the kind of fun that you want to have.
Come to Glass House, Airport Road. The time is 11 a.m. Bring your children. Parents, don't leave your children at home because tomorrow is their day. Gate fee is 1,000 naira per person. Teachers are not left out. So come and show how you can dance, and you still win fantastic prizes.
Parents and guardians have been urged to bring their children early to enjoy the fun-packed fiesta, which promises laughter, excitement, and unforgettable moments for every child in attendance. Children Peperepe 2026 is expected to reinforce ITV and radio's tradition of promoting family entertainment and community bonding through quality programming and special events. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Motorists and residents applying Benin-Lagos Road by terminal before Oyoge community in Ovia Northeast local government area of the state have raised alarm over health hazards opposed to following offensive odor emanating from the decomposing body of a mentally deranged person. According to the motorists and residents, if urgent steps are not taken by relevant authorities to evacuate the body, motorists may be forced to take a single lane to avoid inhaling offensive and contaminated air. The lane the decomposing body is located close to police checking points has been deserted by motorists, thereby creating congestion and gridlock on a single lane.
Where was this love this morning because of the dead body here? The cops here spent 3 days here, and nobody feel concerns to come and remove the cops from here. So the people are protesting that the cops should be removed before the road will be open. That's why they blocked the road. So we are still soliciting for the local government chairman to assist us so that they can also come to evacuate these cops away from here.
So because of that, they know what we have to do. That is why they did not come. So we want them to remove this body. That's the only thing we need from the government.
This 4 days now, this dead body is even rotting already. Developing more flies, movements for the town, giving us diseases. And this government property is their duty to come and carry it. They have been seeing this burden over here. It's because of this very disease. And that is the reason why they are not here right now. And that is the reason we block this place. The effect has happened. When somebody died in it rotted to finish. That's why we said no. We pay for those things, and government should come to our aid.
It is the hope of motorists and residents that concerned relevant authorities will take urgent steps to evacuate the body to avert outbreak of an epidemic. Moving on now, the federal government has declared Wednesday, May 27th and Thursday, May 28th, 2026 as public holidays to mark the Eid al-Kabir celebration. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, announced this in a statement issued on Tuesday by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Magdalene Ajani. According to the statement, the declaration reflects the federal government's respect for the faith and spiritual heritage of millions of Nigerian Muslims observing the festival alongside the global Islamic community. Tunji Ojo congratulated Muslim faithful in Nigeria and in diaspora on the occasion, describing Eid al-Adha as a festival of deep spiritual significance rooted in sacrifice, obedience to God, and compassion for humanity. The minister urged Nigerians to use the holiday period for prayers and reflection for the peace, security, and prosperity of the country. The Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, has fixed Saturday, 13th June for the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME) mop-up exercise following technical glitches and examination infractions that disrupted the main examination. The board said that the mop-up examination would cater to candidates who were biometrically verified during the main UTME but could not sit the examination for one reason or another. In a statement signed by its spokesperson, Phoebian Benjamin, the board acknowledged that some examination centers and candidates faced challenges that prevented them from sitting for the examination conducted between 16th and 23rd April 2026. The examination board described the mop-up test as the concluding stage of the annual UTME process. It advised affected candidates to begin printing the examination notification slips from 6th June. The board also urged candidates to familiarize themselves with their assigned centers and make necessary preparations ahead of the examination dates. And on business, the federal government and the Republic of Turkey have signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to strengthen bilateral cooperation in the solid minerals sector, marking a significant step towards deepening economic collaboration between both countries. The agreement was signed on the sidelines of the Istanbul Natural Resources Summit in Istanbul, Turkey. In a remark, Nigeria's Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, said Nigeria is ready to leverage Turkey's technological advancement and expertise in mining exploration, training, digitization, licensing systems, and capacity building to accelerate reforms and growth within the sector. Alake said President Tinubu has given full backing to efforts aimed at strengthening bilateral relations with Turkey in the mining and energy sectors. He explained that the federal government has implemented far-reaching measures to sanitize the sector, improve ease of doing business, and create incentives for foreign investors willing to establish long-term partnerships in Nigeria. And on entertainment news, South African singer Tyler Leora Sethal, with the stage name Tyler, has made history at the 2026 American Music Awards, clinching 2 major awards and becoming the only African artist to win at the 52nd edition of the ceremony. Tyler won Best Afrobeat Artist, defeating Burna Boy, Wizkid, Rema, and Molly. She also took the fan-voted Social Song of the Year for her hit single, Chanel. The Water hit maker entered the night as the most nominated African artist in AMA history with 4 nominations, including a Best Music Video and Best Female R&B Artist. Released in October 2025, Chanel has amassed over 320 million Spotify streams and topped charts globally. The Johannesburg-born singer first broke out in 2023 with Water, a viral Amapiano R&B blend that hit the US Billboard Hot 100 at top 10 and earned her a Grammy for Best African Music Performance. She also won MTV VMAs for Best Afrobeat Video in 2024 and 2025. And on sports news now, we now join Tolokbe Oguntumehi for updates.
Southampton FC and Royal Antwerp have announced the death of former academy player Victor Udo at the age of 21. Udo spent 6 months in Saints Academy from February 2025, featuring in 8 games for the under-21 side in Premier League 2. Before his move to the south coast of England, he played in Belgium's Antwerp's Academy and made 28 appearances in their first team. After leaving Southampton in September, the Nigerian left winger joined Czech's second-tier side, Cesc Bodijovic. We are devastated by the tragic passing of former player Victor Udo at the age of 21. Southampton posted on X. The thoughts of everyone at the club go out to Victor's loved ones at this extremely difficult time. And in France, Naomi Osaka continue our tradition of jaw-dropping looks at the majors with an outfit that sparkles like the Eiffel Tower at night at the French Open. Osaka arrived on court Tuesday Langley with a black corset and cascading pleated skirt that swept dramatically over the red clay. Underneath the moody ensemble, Osaka wore a glittering gold tennis dress with a sequence reflecting the scorching Paris sun. The 4-time Grand Slam champion also shone on court as she beat Germany's Laura Sigmund 6-3-7-6 to reach the second round. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Toluwapo Ogutime.
And with that, now we're in the news tonight on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunohuge. Thank you for watching and a very good night to you.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Wabotao edonewa edonewa ire wabi nege kai wabi daniho egebe se ni maya dugie ibota na okpe no gisuen na ya boedo ade ogisuen na ya sie mokoko na ya sie gbekoko ayire ba otane gbesori maido atoka mama enwa bi eni no kokwa aga webo na ya ga hemi na hia bina ya inye o ibuta uta mai uta anyowa binu kise magmonwe binu ya nyikere ni ade wo mo ade uta no uta ni mariari la dare na ke yere no yino no zuma lele utedo eso we mi esi no eso we mi dano o ewe o keke nukuri owo boy yoto ora bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he eso be ri aseri owe ote befu odo enze nde we o awodo ni eme eso we o makeke kaka ona ze mana wona mulade na ya wi bude yo na domiki na he emi no keke iyima na ogun egun eme na okere ma we iyima an atu ni no pa yima eho usioma orewa iyima boke yan wa to pe meto me na owo mu no de na o ire ohen pastor Kabari erima no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona ze na we ni gade nido imudi ane irin ma gwa kan ni kataba o iwe o wa no ko bo eku no ro wodo bi no do mana he oke di uto odo mae oke do befu odo mae ni mai wa hon kike na ni ano yi ma we na mo yin na lade na dia oke ywe oku na bowa obo ifune o wa ni ara aye oye wo wa ni ma ye no ma ifun ya gbese ana na gwa lo wo be oku na ke lae ona do mi o wa ni ebo eri amo ye o mi o wa ni ebo ona ya ha modo we mi o wa pa ni tawada bo na do la o odo na rigo ni ana ya asa ana lawani ogbupe ha gbukpe nebo ya su pise ni odo mana he wigo ni asa epo gokin oju ori adu wa ni ho ni de yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ma na we ari wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata ogwana nu we yina ogo obukhana nori awa no bena na gbube ba yana so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni eke asayo wana owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo uru no zedo iyima ma won ni tire na egbe we de wa mi igoko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no emi dano go rioto o matamoda fun ofu o metin bioto o metin bowa so pa ona ga ofu no robodo go mana tamoda fun unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobo anu pogeva owofu opia odion ugbe yen ro gbodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to ogu tamoda fun uge ori kwe o mana kwe we beri uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no kwiesi yo hian suwe ya gwa luto dona ga okwiesi yo hian suwe ya gwa luto yo hian mudia buwe buwani sukpa nugbe ya ni uto nu ya bowa we no da fon ma oga hon ege no riri ya hon o pe ani mana ku egui egbo tian gui e ko kian rin yan wese domosa ya ri no tare on da do ya ekpita we o pe amenye o gbe so pe na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na na ladian meke wi no ta no bu makedo mo ladian me peti ugena oge ibota eso we mu du yin wodo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso omo nyine no wa yin Iabo Amero Wajiri Namiewe Ona Roge, not Baroge. Megibe Nota Serio, Arabi Loka where Okpana Yawigi when in the enable 1 year, Otomera Yaga Hune 100 by 100, you know. Yegi Anyanyoda as ye or Sekoko, Ari Kanada Daniel, Beso or Siloho. Yena yetie we yena de ana go kere ke odo ni we lare odo me yena go we na ya so be ona we believe la wo wa mimu na re no wina so pa beso ya gbuzole a gbuzole va beso pe de ano ya mo ho yi ute o ga rodo o ga ire o ma gi egun a na le kalubi ya o ko na wo ri sege yena ana go kere ni eri oto ni eso ya ye makazi oni yena de go na de yena go gi ma ya so na ya gbolu yo otonare munu eri ma wa are erowi dana ona we ni eri yena di 800,000 yena di na ana ya gbolu ye re gada we yena we boy so egbena owe na ya mweken yo oni ni boti feeling na ye kan ha ake ogbeke ba temu ana di woma yena di get 12 trip yena di ne owo ri mo ayo yegi se na 12 yede no wana imege ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ede tipa enonya egbe mara enonya tipa re rebu ogere lukune ede wa tata amagini amagere be moyo enowa no mu yimi akeka ofonoro ha pe ana ogura ori ke ise ezo ni ana wa wo be rigore yori ere e mo na wa ga te mele mo na ga la university na ze de we ni yoto owo ezeyin eye zeyo oguna la wi na ya zedio ina agwa lutokere ni awe mudari ke wa kwa mune ogwa di yo unda ye na ibeja o ye ya se gbe mi na re wo wa o we ze yo pa azire da yo pa wona ka ye na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri uto ni ebo unda se so ma mo gbagbo ye se ti de zo boni le lele ebe we ri o o ni tamame ina we gbe mu pa bu we e ma ta de na da de ni opi ade dobu no ma zi agbo a mo ko no mi we e ko mu di ake when you get iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bia ni ma o ne gbe egbo we do bia di bude wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kinia
wa we si pie so waro no ji ku oni nime egbe na tana o pia no ma mu gbagbo we ma bo mageno oko no metin guwebo dia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oko awa mwigo ni awe da fome ya gun eri oto ni oko ni mi emi to emigo ora wa gun owe iyan ta wara
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wara
ya gele no
ige ba eze ige suku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de ye mo kun egbopo we ri oyen na we gbobo ehin wa kun amulo pe ani tokin azi o ne gbe egbopo we ri o mo bobo wa le o le rundun ni wo pe ani nda ga yen go me 1 naira o mi oga go me sele o mi o ma na rie ne okori de so ne gbe mi be de okwo ni ge sunu de ye ope ani yin kun igo guyen o do bo wale te onyin me no gba so pan onyin mi pe ani bun osie ni kwo ni bun na we pe ere o
wese edolowo me wa ho mi yi mana ya na ege yi ma opoku atu an mata no owe emi osi ni oke kedi ma bu te eru mana we oko egwo ma dioma giagba muso giagba ma oko kini ni bi no wa kai owe de baezis iyo agbon lagba ma ibi no wa na ati help meet giako ko we na sira oko kin okbiara zuru mama agbon oko ri bo bae unda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege no tan owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima si wan owe ovan mo ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru eyeke igawo yobo nu e ma ta no emi no samo bazun da eri oku olopia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yobo na so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi we emonye so ba ke sukure aba we ni arigo na ye ye igbo ko neria uda gi me sano je oge kan amunene ohuda munobo oso amogie ne nebo ye gi de gbo ko di ememo emoni gi de gbo ko bi ya na rabu wa egbo ma de rio baga gele gbode na temata edunu peru no da be ni mata ba emi osiri no ko na zo de no da o ke mi ha o pe a o ni makari o kan do alu o pe ani o makari o kan do awu tabo se ba eye omu eni be odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o gi agba mu wa no ya go pe ani mu wa o pe no ma mu egbe ni makata si we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku be kiama o ko mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vi o mo we ye ule ke ni na la wo na epopo me e ko fo me o so bo ke ye ni zio o we ta ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we ado body wo wo be ra agwana mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we me go ya mu na wa we no ya bo wa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi o bo wa ni na okpa ni obo emi okpa ni aro me de ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugie ibota na mi we okpa ni na yari okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go okpa ni na ri oto okpa ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe ni eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi na adofie ne yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo okwo ni kewu ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ pẹ̀lú ní yàrá ọgbà ní ọ̀tọ̀ ní kìí ẹ̀nẹ́ ọmọ àríwú òpè ní ilé mọ́ ọ̀hún ọmọ èyí lọ́ka bì ẹ̀nẹ́ anáwọ̀ màmá ìyá mú ẹyọ ọdún yìí yá yóò yí sèbá agbólúyọ̀ nẹ̀ yí pápá máa sọ̀tọ̀ ní yí máa rí ẹ̀ bèbá ní ẹ̀nẹ́ ọwọ́ wíyá gbótọ́ náà wẹ̀ dótọ́ náà kí yí wọ́n ká mú wáyé dótọ́ òwò nílé mọ́túárì ayé kí wọ́n náà ọ̀tọ̀ bí yí yá nẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀nu yá gbẹgbà rẹ ni ọ̀nà àní ìrọ̀lẹ́ gbogbo agbálótọ́ yìí máa ani gwalotọ ma no gboluyo oni weria ohin eniye orupe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbebo nyawu ite ya mo erari ohono riwo ya doto we na wa egun doto uda ono mo gberi oto na wa uda ono boti submissiveness o mo gberi oto no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene me kesi emi keni no me ona we awa nege erimo ese gumedo si omi ni ha eti ya lo eye we bi we ugbo edoto ohwo ni gele we ye moto keke ire ni ha ohwo ni de oto hwo ni we na yari oto na rekie una ya munoho una ya danyo ohwo ni wu ni ha mu da we ohwo no pa bi ne amagi go na mo ye wa ni amami oto mo ana ya mo yite egbe re ri o ihwo na egbinye re ri o owo ya yire ihwo ha iye inoka gbe na gwakara
ikpeso wa gele ro nunyimi ya eso wa ga odazoe odazowa
evamia o ro gwa abi me no me eva ku gbe a
eso wa me eva
adazo o be amo gwa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no kekenu okugaru jina no dazoe no bi odazowa no dazoe odazoe ne odazowa ye we no kekewa we enu ni me odafe no nyawa enu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberi ogugwe no pia we wa ku omo bujuwe egbomo beri onado nwaru uji no keke ekian ro se era meno sukpan uji no keke ekian ro se ne egbope arerio dogu umego omona no egori uri nebe no mese okwu eweri bai okwu awoko na kokoko mo hiere no ro odigbagbe fere
wese ondage yi mo boro ba ya hun ta bu wa okwu abo wa hun ta bu wa
okwu ahun ta
bo okwu
o salo bo ya ji e
no dai don geni e mo ya hun ta ìrìnà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìwé ìrìnlẹ̀ mọ́kẹ́kẹ́ náà lòwú wá ọ̀pọ̀ ya ń ta.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ní sàlóbù ayájí òpìyà ọ̀nà kàyí òpìyà kéjú òkú òtótó òpìyà ọ̀ọ́jì ǹdà ẹ̀ ọ̀kù akáyí òpìyà ẹ̀ ó sàlóbù akáyí òpìyà òhun ta òpìyà ọ̀bẹ̀ kàmókò wẹ ìwé mẹ̀wẹ̀ dùn mẹ̀mẹ̀ owó òpìyà akẹ́kẹ́ nù kò jò ẹ̀ ọ̀kù
wọ́n sọ wa tọ́ pé mọ́nà ìbọn wẹ̀rẹ̀ ńlá rí náà náà rè yé náà miẹ̀wẹ̀ àdósí kaná ọ̀yíkà àbọ̀bì tàgbé mẹ́míkù yéṣu náà yà wọ́n wò òwúrẹ́ lóko.
ẹ ó ní mẹ́ lọ gbá.
wọ́n yìí sẹ́ ọ́nìrí ẹ̀ máa wẹ̀ lóko rí òpè à.
ọmọdébẹ mi ọmọdébẹ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́bẹ ọ̀hún òpè à sí ibùgbẹ̀ lóko àdéhùn òpè à òpè à. okpea eke n'oriri aki oge otema n'ekwi na ana mụbọ gwe okpea ebegwebo okwo na bụwa okpea siyo
ok agwa wọ́n bó wa pè á sí yó nọ àwa nọ̀rọ̀ ìwẹ́ nọ̀nà mígo bọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀rọ mi òkú dọ̀ nyá wa ni.
uji ari enegbe okpo na mu gbe ekun soto ona ari uji no da fún ẹ okpiani obe egwe to po ni ri uji ni e ege gwe won ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie nda okpo o vie be no pe agwale uji be oboko eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji anwe mama no say gbọ́dọ̀ bala kòkò gbé ọmọ ọ̀rìn ẹ̀sọ̀ ohun.
wẹ́sẹ̀ ẹ̀dùnmọ́gbọ́n mi wà hẹ́rẹ́ ni yìí máa gbọ́n ayẹn wẹ́n ma ya náà náà ẹ̀dẹ́ sí wẹ́ ohun ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ sọ̀pẹ́à ẹ̀ẹ́ni àwọ̀ sùkúmá ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ wẹ́ ènìyàn pè àmásẹ̀tì irun òkú lọ́rí ìwádà wẹ́ agbárí yìí lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ń dá alámi ẹ̀wọ̀ pè àwẹ̀ kí ẹrẹ bóyá náà rí yóò bọ̀ nù ẹ ní ya bù wá wẹ̀gá yẹ dàgbọ̀n wọn yà fẹ́ pọ́n mọ́ wọn àyè mi kò rí ìwá ọ̀rẹ́ gbé yìí bọ́ nínú ẹ ìpè sọ̀rọ̀ ìtẹ̀gbẹ̀ nù ọ̀gbìn àtò àgbẹ̀ ọ̀gbìn yẹn rí ọ̀gbìn lálá ọ̀gbìn yẹn yóò wá ní ọ̀gbìn yẹn yóò wòhò ọ̀hún ìdòbó wa yẹn sì lélẹ̀ ọ̀gbà wà wà ẹ ó bàbá bọ̀dá ẹ tún sì lélẹ̀ ìyòbọ̀ yà ẹ̀ nù ẹ wẹ̀ náà ó pè àná ẹ̀ ní gbò sàlóbánà ẹ̀ ní gbè wọ́n á mi wẹ̀ òkú ní nọ́ọ̀dà ní ọ̀yá tó bọ̀ ẹ́gà bó wa ni wọ́n mú kó dà o sọpá ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀rù mà mú pàbùdó rẹ̀ gẹ̀ mà bẹ́ nà tàbó èmi zẹ́ nà yòókù tó bọ̀ ẹ́ inú yín nà wé rí ọ nínú náà mú ẹ pé o nẹ ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn gbòòrò rí ọ ẹ̀ tá máa wà ẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ bọ̀ ẹ́ là ẹ́ láwọn nọ́ọ̀gì yẹn kìnnà náà rí òtọ̀ náà gbá wà gèdè mà mẹ́ ẹ̀ gèdè mà ẹ́ ìgbà wẹ́rẹ̀ wẹ́yẹ̀ wọ́ wá mà ẹ́ ọ̀wọ́ wá mà mà agbèrò wúgbó kene oriori eye wọn mẹ òkú ẹsẹ tí wàá bìbì pa ìnáná mi wẹ ẹbọ mọbẹ òmọbẹ ọwọ àgbà ẹbá ní màgì bọ òkú onídàárọ ọbẹ tí wọn wẹgẹ kọ ọ náà gbé kọ dà ẹgbẹ òkú rírì ọkì sọpánà ìní ẹnẹ wẹ ìrì ọpá wà sí ọpá wà gbákín òkú ẹsẹ tí gbàgbọ wọn mẹ ọpá rárí ẹ yàrí òtọ̀bì ọbẹ ọsùn ẹ̀rá bọ ọgbólù ọgá ń wìnà ọdọ bó wa ni ọbẹ fún ìdánmọ́nà tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ maka gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà àárẹ̀ tí máa ní kẹ́ẹ̀ka gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà bẹ̀ ògẹ́ manaranta manawẹ́ náà do mọ́ ìlàdí àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ do ebi èsì náà sọpẹ́ náà kọ́ ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wẹ́ òhànàdó táyì wẹ́ òhù oníri bọ́ ọ̀rí sè wà ní ara ayé aláwọ̀ ní agbálùwá ìyẹn náà yà agbálùwá ó bọ̀ èmi ona ga ma da fon we emi wa na o da fon ke rigo la dia na ya asa ana ya reni ya na park ya bi owo ho ni gbo ne ni ya ro wa ni odo e ma ewe owo ha onya wa ni aye ikatika no mi igo ni ora emi odigo ni katika ni madan ma wa ka bo ye gbe ya ka ewe emi o ma keke emi da era ni ho ni le egbe wa do bo wa ya park ya de la lo di nara ye no popo wa ka ba wa bo ko ite bo wa ye fopa nda unyi na enwe we ma mo gbe tene u tete me re ma ti egbe we ni ni ata adafo na e wo ya anyu ha mu na sko ko na bo ko gbo oye kere ite tamae na wo ni tiwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ara kero de ri ori no we okewe ya wa ba mi ku ni ne we no gije na wo ma ni do tamuwa we no gije na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa ni ti wo ma no awa abe ten we tie ni eteni pe abe tunwe ya se ti mo e ko do to we lare o ko na ma we ni da onyi ne won ya e no wu na so pa o ma mo le no iti we ni a ni wa kian e bo vi ebe ya no ya do to bi no o mu na wa da we re o ke ebe ni pa be re ku we ki make money ne o we ma ya kin e o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ so pé kẹ́wé gbére rí ọ gí a máa rọ̀ wẹ́ ká yí ró làdìá òrìè ní lópìá lọ́wọ́ yóò bọ́ ni wẹ́ nígbó náà gbọ́lọ́dẹ dáná ya dòtọ̀ ó yèrè gí a máa ní arọ ọwọ́ magele dẹ ọ̀rìrè dẹ ó náà lè rí ró làdìá wẹ́ gí a yà gbólù gí a máa ní arọ ọwọ́ òpìá ní magele gbólù gbogbo ẹni rí dá yìí wẹ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ máa lè lè dẹ́ná kó dẹ́ná kéka wagee ilobo ìyẹn nà yẹ ayé ìrẹ́ gbẹ́sọ̀ bí kọ́tù wáyé kọ́kọ́ ayé ìyá wọn mà nùkí ìgbẹ́ nà bọ̀ bàdí àdínà ká mi mástá ìrìwó nínú ya dúró kí èkéré ọ̀gbìn ìyá wọn mà nùkí nìyà wẹ́ kìnnìkìnnì máa kún ayé ẹ̀hún náà dá ẹ̀dá wà ní ìwé yà kẹ́wẹ́ wọ́n yẹn ọ̀nà ẹ̀bí máa olùwẹ̀ o ọ̀nà yẹ asẹ̀ kò sáwọ́ bá lọ la ọ̀ ń dá ẹ̀mí ni màmú làdìẹ náà okay kaka boy isi okoro te dowe ohobowa le e awu awon ohobowa so pe we eru no gbugbe ya guru onokpe ani no tamae igigo gbe no aya ri uto tamae igigo gbe no ya gbelu owi e mo bobo gbe ga yi mi ni ya so sewe itamae wa mi ya so sewe igba ba tie wa mi ya so sewe na to do me bibi ake ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo abiji ma yi wa ge bo ha me go sewe we de bae we na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we enu we no ade mo iya uyo kwa no we ni meje de na o ha me na di moto mu meti wa fie I wa fie o awa no pa no be magme o ha mejo e ba ma na mu ge ibota na se fo ọbẹ̀ kìí ẹ̀dọ́ ìyá ọ̀fọ̀ ìgbòsàgbà ẹ̀rọ wàgì máa yẹ wáyé ìrìnàjò náà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ iṣẹ́.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The new Ejong expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Marawe Mari Oge Sama Dionena Nimado Pome Sama Nimado Beken Sama Emma Dio Wavena Esama Magbeken Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga not Yami Magame Manido Beken Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokbai Wudori Ima Dia Wogene all the Tiagmo Yano Emi Magame we need just to know me afar
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
I'm not quiet any longer.
Great to know you're with us on this morning on ITV, as we always take our time to look into what is obtainable, most especially in raising the power of governance, in making sure that the citizenry benefit over it. And we keep looking at the trajectory and, of course, how leadership has been on in terms of working to make sure that the policies affect the people. And again, you look at the every 4-year cycle of coming out to contest positions that the electorate would have to determine. 2027 is just inching closely, and what could be the factors that the electorate will be gunning for in choosing who's going to be the president come 2027? Well, the incumbent basically is warming and striving to make sure that it continues in power. As they always say, second term is sweeter. And of course, what could be the position of the opposition? How is it developing capacity to get unlocked with the incumbent. And of course, all of this will be what we will be looking at. It is quite imperative to state that the electorate have the power to determine who gets what, when, and how. But again, there could be also other factors that could come in between and makes it almost difficult for the electorate to take their chances. And again, there is this concern about the Independent National Electoral Commission to ensure neutrality and to ensure that everything goes right in making sure that 2027 becomes credible in terms of the electoral process. Well, also, I have with me my co-anchor, Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Good morning. You look great this morning.
Good morning, Philip. You look good too.
Well, add your words to what is happening. Basically, 2027 is edging closely, and we're not losing sight on what is up.
Absolutely. So the 2027 election, I said yesterday having a conversation with someone, and I said it's as close as you can imagine. With right now, we are actually in the party politics season with politicking happening, you know, left, right, center. One will begin to wonder the role of the electorate in all of this. So I'm just going to tilt my conversation towards the fact that as an electorate, you have a duty and you have a role to play. So you're observing what has been going on with the APC, and yesterday we saw what happened, what went down with the ADC. And it's interesting to see that how some of the things that we actually highlighted that happened during the party primaries in the APC also happened in the ADC, a case of when they were counting out persons that were on the line to vote, and we also still saw the same system or the same tradition of from 100 to 1,000, and that actually sparked a lot of reactions in line if we are not recycling the same old faces, you know, in our different political parties whilst we're earning for a change. But then again, as an electorate, remember that you have the power to choose who you want to be. Over the weekend, we saw President Bola Tinubu say that he is not going to just hand over power to the opposition parties. And in the same ADC, let's not forget that over the weekend, we saw a faction of the ADC say that they have a sole presidential candidate in the person of Kachiku Dumebi. And yesterday, we saw another party, another faction of the ADC having the party primary, which got a lot of reactions. And the question if the ADC really truly have their house together at this point. Already we know that the NDC sole presidential candidate is Peter Obi. For PDP, we're having feelers that former President Goodluck Jonathan might be the face of, you know, PDP for the presidential race, and PRP will find out who. And we also did hear that Omoyele Sowore said he has interest in running again this time around for the election. So many things to talk about, but then at the end of the day, it's not enough to tweet, it's not enough to rant on social media. Hope you're going to be involved in the process to get the desired result that we want. Let's not forget that a kg of gas is now being sold for 1,500 naira to 2,000 naira, pending on your location. And this is where we are at this point.
Well, that shows clearly that the electorate will be having what they are facing in mind to determine how the election is going to pan out. And it is a responsibility of the incumbent to ensure that it stays tight on the policies, making sure that it makes it better. Otherwise, the electorate may change it overnight for the incumbent. Sometimes we look at the politics being played, you know, towards 2027, just like Anuluapo also highlighted, you know, and on the exercise that has been on in terms of the primaries, and we see infectious acts of the ruling party also nosediving into that of the other parties, the ADC. In terms of counting the numbers and bringing out numbers that seem not to be credible before the viewers. Well, sometimes you wonder, do they play politics or politics on the polity? Well, we'll be joining Abuja studio for us to get off on what is on ground in the Abuja axis.
All right, a very good morning to you, Felix and Arnold Stevens. Of course, our colleague in Lagos, a very good morning to you, Nigerians. It is TMI this morning on ITV, which promises to spice up your day with the current happening in the politics and economy. Now, starting with the market in terms of the prices of RAM is the fact that yesterday the NPS of the ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, said something that is striking, which has to do with the membership number declared by the setting the ground for rigging, because the APC does not have that number members available to see. But of course, we have some during it like geometric kind of counting, because what we have seen is certainly not arithmetic kind of counting, and the ADC did say that that would not happen in their own, but it's not the case. And so we have 3,444,000 members registered with the APC, with the ADC, and we also have verified that PDP loyal, the Turaki faction, has slightly above 4 million votes. The reason we have to know this is so that at the end of the day, when the election comes by the corner, January 16, we should be able to know how credible everybody can judge. We are all part of the process.
Well, thank you very much, Joseph Kadri.
That day, because we are in the studio to put it, but it is very, very important for everyone to know how it will come out. So, it has to do with so much spending, how they can go to perform hard. For those who have done it before and they don't want to go, they can, slaughter rams here. This is very, very expensive. The market yesterday,
Well, thank you very much, Joseph Kadri. Just like you said, politics has to do with numbers, and again, what numbers are the politicians peddling? What numbers are the parties peddling? And it's important to note this. All right, so let's quickly join Miss Selina of our Lagos studio. Good morning, Miss Selina. We sincerely apologize for the distortions in the transmission from Abuja and, of course, Lagos studio. But again, it is quite imperative that we x-ray what is going on in the country. And you take away the people from the equation, there is an essence of governance. And the purpose for which institutions came on board is to serve the people, is to make sure that policies are rolled out to help beef up the impact on the people. And again, the people shouldn't stay idle, shouldn't stay nonchalant or adamant, should also take it upon themselves to determine who gets what, when, and how. Gone by those days when we look at the aspect of vote buying, and of course we know that to a great extent the masses have been impoverished. But again, that shouldn't go to a point where we sell our birthright. That shouldn't go to a point where we sell our future. And it's also what we always canvass, that it behoves the people to determine who will take us there, you know, to El Dorado come 2027. But again, what should the people be looking at in terms of the choices they'll be making on who is going to be at the helm of affairs, the number one citizen in category of these questions?
Well, it's glaring, right? Talking about the qualities of that person that you want to rule the nation for the next 4 years. But even before we talk about that, I would love you watching right now. I was about to say listening. I would love you watching right now to add 4 years to your current age and, you know, actually do the math of how old you're going to be in the next 4 years, right? And think about that one person that would change the trajectory of Nigeria. I feel like at this point, Nigerians really are not asking for too much. We're not even asking for money. All we want for small businesses, a beautiful and amazing environment to run your business, want a light, we want security, which is very paramount, education. So somebody who can tick all of the boxes and give us the right basic amenities that we want. Trust Nigerians. As a Nigerian right now, I feel like an average Nigerian has the quality to adapt to any situation whatsoever. So once the government of the day or whoever gets into power can tick all of those boxes, would have a free and amazing ride in Nigeria. And then just maybe persons who traveled abroad in the diaspora might just want to return back to Nigeria when they see that things are now working better in the country. Electricity. Remember that during the previous election, the current president of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, promised to give us electricity. In fact, he said that if he doesn't provide electricity, do not vote for him in the coming election for a second term. But it seems all that has got into the cover, right? All that has just been brought, you know, at the back burner with what we are seeing right now, a situation where the federal government has solar panels right there in you know, in the government house and the presidential villa, and then we're seeing what is going on with the electricity sector in Nigeria. It's really a lot and a lot of things to, you know, talk about at this point.
Okay, I think we can quickly go to Lagos studio where Messalina is standing by. Good morning, Messalina. All right, well, we'll be taking a short break.
Morning, everyone, and I'm sure are doing good. I said from today in Lagos would be
well, we sincerely apologize for the break in transmission from the Lagos studio. We will be taking a short break, and afterwards we'll be looking at the pages of the newspaper. Do stay. Good to have you join us once more, and we quickly will collect all the pages of the newspaper. And let's see what we've got here. And our first point of call is the Vanguard newspaper, where we have it here. The top of the cover page says Nigeria's GDP growth rises 3.89% in first quarter 2026. And of course, intervene in mass killing of Nigerians rather than rhetorics. PFN tells federal government. Warri constituency delineation. Thugs attack protesting Ishekri youths at INEC headquarters. You get that on page 7. INEC appeals judgment voiding timelines for 2027 polls. And again on 2027 presidency, opposition parties in disarray as factional candidates emerge. Yosco kidnap. Government under pressure as abductors demand ransom. And NCAA airline operators bicker over debt. Eid al-Adha, federal government declares Wednesday, Thursday public holidays. And of course, Pope apologizes for Vatican's role in justifying slavery. And these are the headlines for the Vanguard newspaper.
We now turn our attention over to the first daily newspaper this morning, leading with the major headline that says Kwara under siege. Bandits burn Emir's palace, abduct residents. Quite a sad and tragic one, if I must say. There's even a word like that. But away from that, Army moves against fake social media accounts impersonating officers. INEC challenges court ruling voiding 2027 election timetable. ADC to declare primary election winner today, May 26. We're looking forward to who that person is going to be, even though a lot of persons already have a clue of who the person might be, but we'll wait and see. Family announces burial plans for Alex Okubo, the actor who died earlier this month, quite a sad one. Wike, Fubara must abandon 2027 ambition for Rivers Peace Deal. Well, still on the front page of the First Daily this morning, Nigeria's economy expands 3.89% in the first quarter of 2026. Now, this is a report coming out from the NBS. NIS warns Nigerians against fake overseas jobs. And finally, on the front page of First Daily today, gunmen kill Rivers politician Ugo Bay. Well, on the front page of the First Daily newspaper, we have a picture there of the ADC presidential candidate, Rotimi Amechi, moving through a crowd of supporters yesterday during the party's presidential primaries at his ward in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State. Well, may the best man, they say, win.
And quickly, let's look at the Daily Sun. What do we have on the Daily Sun this beautiful morning? And we have it here. It says, Ojukwu didn't reject peace deal in 1967. Igbo Forum fought on the Daily Sun. Igbo Forum fought go on the Daily Sun. And this says on security risks, Presidency urges temporary suspension of Orioke prayers in Kwara, Kogi. Tension as gunmen abduct 10 from Emir's palace in Kwara. Raise police station, terrorists planning attack on northeast during Eid Kabir, military warns. INEC appeals election guidelines, seeks stay of execution and celebration of UNILEG as UBA unveils innovation hub. Wike slams Fubara for second time, says Farm collection broke impeachment truce. And on AON denies owing cost recovery charges to NCAA. These are the headlines for the Daily Sun.
The New Telegraph newspaper is up next, leading with insecurity, as it says, security alert, terrorists planning to hit civilian targets during Eid-el-Kabir celebration, military warns. On page 3, 4, and 29, you get details of that story. It assures of comprehensive security arrangement. Subwriter says, suspend mountain prayers. Presidency tells religious bodies in Kwara, Kogi. NSCDC deploys 2,480 personnel in Kwara State. Federal government declares tomorrow, Thursday, public holidays. Nigerians among over 1.5 pilgrims in, what's this now? Okay, for Hajj. Anyway, away from that story, ASIL threatens fresh strike over delayed agreements. And also on the front page of the New Telegraph newspaper this morning, okay, so I think now it says INEC appeals judgment voiding timelines for 2027 elections. Well, still on the front page of the New Telegraph, Ebola outbreak worsens. WHO calls for urgent response. And right here in Nigeria, I want to believe that we're also tighten up, measures to ensure that we do not have a similar situation of what happened, even though we know that we're able to tackle it head on. But due to the travel, agencies and dispositions that we have, especially from Uganda and DRC Congo, let's just hope that we get to put in the right measures by washing our hands and being safe away from Ebola. Well, that's all the New Telegraph have in stock for us this morning.
And I'm afraid that's the much we can take. Big thanks for joining us on the pages of the newspaper. We're going to be taking a short break, after which we continue with the discussions for the day. Do stay. Well, the need to improve efficiency in our healthcare, institutions has become concerns raised. And of course, how do we make sure that we improve in this capacity? And of course, having institutional reforms and the drive for excellence in specialist healthcare. Joining me in this basic topic is a consultant, obstetrician, and gynecologist, an ONG specialist, fellow of the West African College of Surgeons, and chief medical director of Edo Specialist Hospital. And she is Dr. Mrs. Antonia Niboku Njoko. Good morning and thanks for joining.
Good morning. It's a pleasure being here.
Well, we've been on this issue of raising concerns about how to deepen practice in terms of having it work, reforms in our institutions at the medical aspect. And of course, you have risen to the point where you are now the chief medical director of the Edo Specialist Hospital. Looking at your experience, how is this realizable to see reforms, coming up in our healthcare institutions, most especially in the specialist healthcare?
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip, for having me on set once again. Yeah, institutional reforms are very necessary, and they are deliberate transformations on how hospitals are run. Again and again, we want to see how hospitals are transformed in order to serve our people better. It is not only about infrastructure. We're looking at, when we talk about institutional reforms, we mean the transformation that will transform our healthcare systems, the culture and service delivery. And all this is geared towards improving the quality of care that we offer our patients, improving service delivery, and also improving efficiency and overall transformation, which will now lead to excellence in our services that we offer. Both at the federal level, transformations are ongoing. At the state level, transformations are ongoing. We know that for us in Edo State, our governor, Senator Monde Okpeholo, healthcare forms a very strong fulcrum in the SHINE agenda. In fact, it's the second pillar in the SHINE agenda. And that means that he takes it very seriously. And he has supported the reforms that we have tried to introduce in all since we came on board. So institutional reforms are just simply put deliberate attempts at transforming how hospitals run for better service delivery with a focus on patient care.
Okay, well, if we look at what critics do say, they keep saying that, institutional reforms are announced rather than being felt. And if we trickle down to what the patients, how they feel these reforms, it has always been noted that, public hospitals should at least be cost-friendly in terms of, the prices for treatment and medication. How has the people or those who are low-income earners been impacted in these institutional reforms, looking at the specialist healthcare?
Yeah, for specialist healthcare, I'll use a case study of the Edo Specialist Hospital, which is the flagship specialist hospital for the states. One of the things Mr. Governor handed over to us when we came on board was that as much as possible, we should have a fair pricing system where the healthcare is accessible, affordable to the citizens of Edo State. Not just Edo State, even beyond Edo State. And that is what we have tried to maintain. Even though healthcare is generally not cheap anywhere in the world. However, there are reforms that we have instituted that, encourages, fair pricing. We have subsidies, the government providing a lot of things for us to be able to work. And apart from that, when we came on board at Edo Specialist Hospital, health insurance is one of the fulcrum where a lot of people can access healthcare, affordable healthcare, sometimes at no cost or sometimes at subsidized cost. As I speak to you, when we took over the affairs at Edo Specialist Hospital, the hospital was not onboarded to the National Health Insurance Agency. But today, as I speak to you, Edo State has been onboarded. And that means that many more citizens can access, if they are onboarded onto the platform of the NHIA, they can access care. We also are one of the providers to Edo Health Insurance Scheme. And because of that, you have many enrollees that can access care with not having to pay out of pocket. So that's one way in which the ordinary people can benefit from the institutional reforms that take place in specialist hospital. We were undaunted with some problems that can hamper some of these processes, but I can tell you that we're working on it, because when you have institutional reforms, you also have the fact that your patient encounters will increase. Like for us, we have an increase of 14% from the 2024 value. So we have an increase of 14%, even though we have tried to improve our services because we maintain what we call patient-centered care. However, the capacity is still not, it's maybe the same. And that is one of the things the government of the day is working on. One of the things, the early things that was done is to realize that in order for us to provide adequate specialist care, we need to expand our hospital. And in doing that, the government was able to reclaim land for the hospital so that they can expand, we can have more structures and expand our services. And this in turn will reduce the waiting time for patients, because when patients are able to access care timely, you see that many more patients will come. Okay. And that means that if you're still working with the facilities you have, that would reduce their patient experience. So currently, our turnaround time has improved, and also our patient encounters have increased. And so sometimes you may still have some of this congestion, but overall, we would say that the patients are better for it.
And can we say that the cost of treatment is friendly?
Yes, I would say the cost.
Although you said it isn't cheap.
Yes, generally I said so, and that's why you have the government coming in with health insurance, so that people do not have to pay out of pocket. When I talk about all over the world, healthcare isn't cheap.
What about those who don't have the health insurance?
It becomes a problem, but luckily for us, sometimes we have people, philanthropists, who come around, who settle bills for patients, and so we have what we call like an indigent patient fund that helps to ameliorate these bills for these patients. But generally, what we have also tried to do since we came on board was to work with what is prevailing in our society. And we realized that we have kept our prices at bay. We have had a fair pricing structure, and since I took over in 2024, we have not increased prices that we met at Edo Specialist Hospital, despite about 60 to 70% increase in medical consumables. Remember that most of these consumables are imported, and because of the dollar increase and all of that, you have had a surmountable increase in these medical consumables. But because of the instruction and the passionate nature of Mr. Governor, who has insisted that wherever possible, as much as possible, we should keep our prices very fair. And if you look at that hospital, I use that as a yardstick for other specialist hospitals. Of course, you have many hospitals in Benin City offering specialist care. You can look at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. You have the National Orthopedic Hospital. You also have the National Obstetric Fistula Center. These are all hospitals offering specialist care. And if you do a benchmark and take a roll call of all of these hospitals, you realize that most of the time they try to keep prices as low as possible. Okay. I stress as low as possible because, in the daunting exigencies of power supply, increasing costs of medical consumables, increasing costs of operational costs, increasing costs of medical equipment. But in all, we try to keep that. And one of the other things we have done in Edo Specialist Hospital, virtually on a monthly basis, we have what we call medical outreaches. These are opportunities where we offer free services. And so we usually will advertise that, we get to the public, and they are able to access those cares. I know that many people in the last 1 year have had costs to access care. Okay. And sometimes we leave them up to government agencies. The Honorable Commissioner of Health has been very helpful in this regard. The SA on Health, Dr. Andrew Iyamo, has also been very, very helpful. Of course, all supporting the vision of Mr. Governor, Senator Monday Okpeholo. So we have done that as part of our corporate social responsibility, so that even for those, these windows offer opportunities to those who cannot afford health care. Okay. So we do that a lot. In fact, we just finished, just yesterday, we celebrated the Family Medicine Day, where our family physicians, who are specialists and family doctors, offered free screening for hypertension and diabetes for the patients that came around yesterday. So we keep, yes, free, okay. Free. We do that a lot, mainly ranging from cervical cancer screening, hepatitis checks, and when we find these patients who are down with this, we do not stop there. We follow them through. So by and large, we say there are very many opportunities for people who cannot afford healthcare at the moment to offer that. And like I said, we have one of the things that we have going for us, we have a lot of philanthropies, many people who do not want their name announced, who come around and identify these indigent patients and clear their bills.
Well, in case of just joining us this morning on ITV, and we are looking at institutional reforms and the drive for excellence in specialist healthcare, looking at improving efficiency in healthcare delivery. And I've been speaking with the consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, an ORG specialist, a fellow of the West African College surgeon, and chief medical director of Edo Specialist Hospital, Benin. Let's look at the way the hospitals, public hospitals, can regain the confidence of the citizens who believe that, or who prefer private hospitals and even foreign hospitals than the ones we have here. What do you see as a realizable benchmark that can be used to, make these hospitals gain the confidence of the citizenry?
Yeah, I like what you said earlier on, where you said people say, oh, it's just about, talk, and not reforms are just about talk and not felt. And one of the ways to regain that confidence is for the citizens to feel it, and not just moving from memo to actionable points. And what can we say about actionable points? Is the data that will speak for it. It's how people feel. It's what patients experience when they come to the hospital. That is what we make them to keep coming back and coming back. I remember telling you that in the last 1 year, or in the 1 year and a few months that have been at Edo Specialist Hospital, our patient encounter has improved by about 14% over 1 year. The number of babies that are delivered at Edo Specialist Hospital has also improved tremendously by about 41%. This is data. It's not just something that is written in memo. And when I look back, I would say that it's because of some of the reforms, institutional reforms. While we're doing this, while we're having these increases, you also have private hospitals that are springing up. What do people want ordinarily? When they go to hospitals, they want to feel cared for. Yes. They want to have, and that is why our major mantra at Edo Specialist Hospital is ESH cares, every patient matters. So if you walk into Edo Specialist Hospital, you indeed matter. And we take it seriously in the sense that we want to get a feedback for you. We do a lot of feedback surveys. We do a lot of digital surveys where you can, if you come in, you have a QR code to scan and tell us how you feel.
Okay.
You also have you can get access to top management, and so that makes you close to us, and we can feel what you feel and address your pains. Also, patients do not want delays. And so at Edo Specialists, one of the reforms that we have done.
But it's not just about Edo Specialists, but
yes,
let's look at other hospitals, for instance, like other public hospitals, private hospitals, generally overboard. Do you see changes that can make the citizen gain confidence?
Yes.
Rather than traveling outside the country?
Yes,
because we have politicians also who usually embark on foreign trips.
Yes, yes.
Just for medical attention.
Yes. Why I'm talking about Edo Specialist Hospital is not to sing about Edo Special. I'm just using it as a case study.
Okay.
Now, when I extrapolate to other specialist hospitals, for us to gain in the public setting, for us to gain the confidence of the people, because it's all about the confidence of the people, the trust of the people, is to give them what they want. When they come to these hospitals, they want you to avoid delays, because time is money, and so time is a good currency for them. So they do not want those bureaucracies. And so eliminating those bureaucracies would mean that you're introducing things that can help to eliminate them, such as technology-driven services. And that's why I talked about Edo Special. We use EMR, so when you come, it's real time. We're seeing what you do. This obviates delays. And so even for when your diagnostics, your test, when you come, most of our tests in Edo Specialist Hospital, we get them same day. So if public hospitals have all of that, and you don't have to, the journey mapping for the patient is not too difficult. Maybe you come today, oh no, come next week, or come the other time. So these things, when you reduce these frustrations, they gain the confidence, and they know that they should access the public specialist hospitals. And again, one of the things is that for us at the specialist care, just like the name implies, it means that we have multi-specialists. And so it's more like a one-stop shop where you get all the specialists that you can possibly access. That's a selling point, but you also have to match it with action in terms of making sure that these services are delivered timely, in an accessible manner, and of course, affordable manner, which we try to breach.
You are an O&G specialist. As an obstetrician, gynecologist, what do you see as the biggest challenge women face, basically?
Of course. Women generally face, I would say that is access to care. Access to affordable care and in a timely fashion, which are some of the things that, lead to maternal mortality. Maternal mortality is a very big problem in a society. In fact, world indices use maternal mortality to judge how a country is doing, to judge how a system is doing. And in order to reduce this maternal mortality, women must have access to respectful maternity care that is timely, that is affordable, and that is satisfactory. So when they do have this, so that when complications arise, because normal deliveries or normal births is more like a retrospective diagnosis. It's only when you have had the baby that you can truly say, oh, it was a normal birth or there were no complications. So it behoves on us that, yes, complications can arise. But when these complications do arise, do I have access to where I can get care? Do I have access to where, even when I have the access, do I have the wherewithal to afford this access? And do I have the skilled manpower to avoid and to achieve this access? One of the problems also, I must bring this in at this point, is reducing skilled manpower. What will I mean? What do I mean? We have specialists. However, we're losing a lot of these specialists to countries. Yes, brain drain. it's one of the things that will mitigate, you know, in the quality of care a woman deserves and receives.
Yeah.
Because for the few people that will be left behind, the pressure of work will be far more on them. Japa syndrome is real, and now to different countries, of course, to the Western countries, to Saudi Arabia, to even fellow African countries. And of course, we know the push factors.
And it seems the government is doing nothing about it to tackle that aspect of brain drain, where we have even young doctors coming out and also focusing on how to jackpot. So this is a big challenge.
It is a big challenge, and I wouldn't say that the government is not doing anything.
It's not doing much.
Yes, about little steps.
In terms of remuneration, for instance.
Yes.
We keep hearing about, you know, doctors going on strike, the NMA, the resident doctors. They just want too many.
Yes, I understand, because there are a lot of mitigating factors.
Okay.
But there are some steps that have been taken, at least at the federal level now. There has been some slight improvement in remunerations.
Right.
And again, the associations are working, striving very hard to make sure that we have a bargain that would be attractive for the health workers. And I'm sure that they are in talks, you know, they are talking, and I'm sure in no distant time that this will come to fruition.
Thank you very much.
We may not be paid well enough forever, but we can at least have a situation where the bridge is, where the gap is bridged.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Antonia, Dr. Mrs. Antonia Inibokon Njoko, I have to pronounce those names. You are the CMD of Edo Specialist Hospital.
Yes.
What has been your biggest challenge, and what do you see as prospects ahead in 1 minute?
Yeah, my biggest challenge has been space. I would say space constraint. If I talked about the numbers, I talked about our increasing numbers, and when you come to the hospital, you would realize that, you know, space is a big constraint. However, thankfully, we have a governor who listens, we have a governor who is proactive, we have a governor who is very passionate, and there are already steps to expand the infrastructure at Edo Specialist Hospital. One of it was, because when we came in, the place was just, I would say, landlocked. It was just the building that you had there. Yeah. But in order to expand, we needed to have more space, more land, that has been done. Okay. And drawings are already ongoing to be able to expand to have more befitting.
So there are prospects.
Very strong process.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, CMD, for taking our time to be part of this. We're going to be taking a short break, after which we will be rolling another topic that centers on the 2027 presidential race, looking at the opposition versus the incumbent. To stay. This morning on ITV, and we are on road to 2027. The opposition versus the incumbent. Many factors could be responsible in terms of 2027, how it's going to, you know, churn out. And discussing this topic with me in the studio, I have the senior pastor of Sword of Liberation Bible Church, a public affairs analyst, Bishop Austin Igbasa. Big thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, viewers.
And also joining me via Zoom as an NDC chieftain, Omogie Amieye. Are you there, please? Omogie Amieye will be joining me via Zoom shortly. And of course, we enjoy the presence of Ahmed Musa Momo from Saudi Arabia via Zoom. As much as we're able to do that, we will be bringing them on the screen. Now, let's look at what is happening. Basically, we see the momentum and, of course, the velocity at which the opposition is trying to close in the gap in order to have a healthy contest with the incumbent. And again, some have said the incumbent basically could also be meeting some breaks, most especially when it's not able yet to, you know, fulfill some of its promises made to the electorate. And again, It's the electorate that will determine the elections. In all of this crowd, what do you see as the chances for the incumbent, looking at the realities on ground in terms of not being able to mitigate some of these gaps?
Well, the incumbent has been able to do some things that are physical, that things that are feasible, that can be seen.
That can be felt?
Yes.
Felt?
Yes.
Positive or negative?
See, let me tell you, most of the time, a lot of people use the air, but most time I use the road. And what is the reason of using the road? To be able to assess the impact of infrastructural development of Mr. President. It's only somebody that want to deny the reality that will say the man has not done well on infrastructure. If you look at the roads today, there is no part of Nigeria that simultaneously you don't see concrete road going on. The work going on. Are you going to talk between Ore-Akure? Are you going to talk between Jeba and Kwara? You are going to talk about Sokoto, Ilela, Badagry. You are going to talk about from diversion, that is interchange here. Interchange, it gave us a lot of headache, but we can see what is happening. From interchange connected coming to Ore, you see the work that is going on both sides. Concrete road that we have seen in this country where people carry sukun bond and all the rest of them saying they are doing road, and road has not been commissioned yet. Potholes have been there. You can see today that the road users, talking about those who use truck, you can see the effect of this road. Talking about Coastal Highway, now projecting to own those states corridor of what we are talking about. So if we look at what has been happening, is it from the Calabar end of it? So we will not say for sure that the incumbent president, except somebody that is not using road, that we talk about, because we have seen a lot of money voted for road in this country, and while the work is still going on, you see the kind of adulterated work on the road. But today you can see what we call 10 feet of concrete overlay of the road, and you see the iron that is used. These are the type of road you see in United States of America that last for ages. And doing that, you cannot say there is no infrastructural development, because the road is not made for angels, it is meant for human beings. Look at the other corridor that is coming from Lagos, Calabar axis of it. You see the economic development that has come to the community where it is passing through. So talking about infrastructural development and decisions, I tell you, these are decisions that other presidents have run away from. Why did they run away from taking such decision? Because they knew that it is a decision. It's like somebody say, okay, I don't want my wife to go through pain of giving birth. Let us look for a surrogate mother. So that is what we have been seeing in the country. But for you to call your wife Mama Mary, you must know that she has there's a time she will go through pain by the decision. Though having sexual intercourse is sweet, but when you are going to give back to the baby, it is going to be painful. And it's only when you want a surrogate mother, that is when you say you don't, there is no pain, you don't want to go through that process. The process we are going through now are the decision, by the decision taken by Mr. President, are things that other leaders in this country fail to take, because they never want anybody to label them as a leader that brought suffering or pain to the people. But this is the corridor we need to cross through. As at the time this man take over the government, all of us knew that we are already zero on ground. Today I see people who are jumping up who said they are hungry, who have been in power for 24 years, and they are part of the problem we have. Who are instrumental to the problem we have, and today they say they are hungry after they have spent 24 years in power, and within few hours that they are not inside power, they are hungry because they are fish that need the fish pond. When they are taken out of water, they can't survive because they have never labored on their own. They have only been living on free money. Now they are to face the labor market after using so many years to steal. Now they are hungry. Why? Why do you not talk of the people, the masses who have been on the trench for 24 years? If somebody who has been in power is now relieved of power for less than 3 years and is talking of hunger, and when he was there, he was not even he did nothing to his own state. Even things that ought to be done to his own state were taken elsewhere in the north. And the man today opened his mouth and said he's hungry. So for me, the decision taking, is it a forex you want to talk about? Is it on infrastructure? Is it on fuel subsidy? We saw people that are crying up and down, and they are causing insecurity all over the place because they felt that this is the style when we are approaching power, when we are approaching election. Look at what they did to Jonathan at that time. You see Chibok there, you see all kinds of things happening up and down, and they have themselves infiltrated in every arm of government, and they use this one to checkmate and to control whosoever is in power. And I want to tell you for the first time, Nigeria have a leader who is a political strategist, a man that is not sleepy, a man that takes decisions. When he was governor of Lagos, he went to civil service in Lagos, where they have one driver, one car, and they have 10 drivers. He relieved the 9 persons, and people say this man is not coming back the second time. The decision is taken. He's not ready to come back the second. He took those decisions and put Lagos State on better pedestal. What I'm saying is that it's only people that want to deny things that you can't deny. Let me give you an example. Those people that have local transport in Benin here to Lagos, you want to deny and tell them they know how long a brand new Toyota Hiace will stay on this same road. Now they now know what they go through now, and they have a smooth ride. They don't visit mechanic. They don't visit mechanic. They don't lose their the strength of their vehicle, and wear and tears are not there because they can move on a concrete road, not the one that will always destroy their shock absorber. How do you convince those people that the man is not working? Is it somebody like me that move on the road and will take picture of what is going on? So what I'm saying is that
you seem to give us the impression that it is just a seamless drive from Benin, for instance, to the west. You seem to suggest that
it's not seen.
It's a seamless drive.
It is not seen. Even to a blind man, when he's inside a car and the vehicle is moving well, that is not seen, does not stop his mentality of knowing that I am going on a smooth ride. Every week I'm on the road.
I'll come back to you. Let's quickly join the NDC chieftain via Zoom, Comrade Amieye Omogie. Good morning, Comrade Amieye.
Very much, Philip. Thank you very much, Nigerians.
All right, well, let me say, how was the primaries, or are you still on it? And of course, some have said that what has been transpiring as regards the numbers that have been read out in the primaries is not different from that we had in the APC, where some would say it's 5, 6, 80, 100, 200. I don't know if that was experienced in your party, but again, we also noticed that in other political parties. Now, do you have a reaction to what the public affairs analyst said, Bishop Austin Igbasan? And again, what can your party do to close the gap come 2027 with the incumbent factor?
Thank you very much, Philip. I would want to say that it is preposterous, if not alarming, to hear the man of God, Reverend Igbasa, speaking this way. You see, for the past 24 months, Nigeria has been in turmoil, despite the fact that the subsidy was removed. The level of borrowing that has been experienced in the past 24 months is more than 50 years of borrowing, from Nigeria. I'm telling you that by the grace of God, if the election in 2027 is free, fair, and credible, by 12 o'clock on election day, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be a thing of the past. Nigeria is in an all-time low. We are in our lowest ebb as a country. Nigerians are suffering, because of harsh economic policy of this current government. He is saying that all the roads are well tarred. I'm telling you, I passed through the road to Abuja 2 weeks ago, and it was terrible. I have to be admitted in the hospital to take treatment because of the bad nature of the road. Talking about the primaries that have been held by the leading political party, you find out that is the same thing they will be trying to replicate in 2027. But I tell you that for us as opposition this time, we are ready to resist all attempts to rig election. In fact, the will of the people must prevail in 2027. For us in NDC, our process, we are having a very strong internal democracy. Everything is going well. There's no imposition of candidates, and the will of the people will be supreme at the end of the day. Thank you, Philip.
Okay, but you still have the floor. Let's look at the campaign strategies that your party could be coming up with. Because you agree with me that the All Progressives Congress, they are not sleeping, they are not resting on their oars. What do you see as the campaign strategy, or sorry, what do you see as the major points in credit of your party to make the electorate vote for its candidate?
We'll look back at, since when what is the real people we are presenting in the NDC. They are people, with strong credibility, with capacity, with competence and character. And all our track records will be put to the fore. So it will be very, very easy. We are not going to present any candidates who have any dent to his name. All the candidates that we're presenting as a party will be credible people, will be people who have street credibility, and people who will easily be sold to the electorate, to buy into. For example, former governor of Anambra State, Peter Gregory Obi, today is a political heavyweight in Nigeria that everybody knows his track record. You don't need to, a good product sells itself. So at the end of the day, it's by the grace of God, it's going to be a one-way traffic come 2027.
Well, back to you, Bishop Austin Igbasan. You heard what he said concerning the road to Abuja. Although I'm not really asking you questions about the infrastructural development, although the electorate will have such judgment, come election day. But again, let's see what you see as a strong point in the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to deserve a second term.
Being a forthright leader, a leader that takes the bull by horn, a leader that takes responsibility. We're all here at a time in this country when ASU goes on strike. I have a child in Federal University that eventually a course of 5 years ended up 8 years.
They are also planning to go on strike.
And they are planning to go.
So it means it's not Uhuru yet.
No, what I'm saying is that if you look at what has happened within the system, the Nelfond and the rest of them, the way the man intervened, we were during Jonathan time, it was 8 months. ASU was on strike. During Buhari time, it was not 1 year, and the government is looking elsewhere. You see, the issue of us looking back at what happened before and compare it with what is happening at the moment. Even the ASU themselves, when you ask them, you know that the incessant strike that used to happen in other administration is not happening. What has been the difference? But the difference is that there is a rapid response. You see, there is no place that doesn't have problem.
Okay.
We are talking of insecurity in Nigeria. Donald Trump was campaigning, they shot him how many times? Is it Angel that shot him? That is almighty America with all what it takes to be the best world security country. What I'm saying is that why are we not looking at what has we parents now? You see, my brother said he traveled to Abuja, he went on admission. Is it that all those who are traveling on Abuja road now, they are all in the hospital? Let us tell ourselves the truth. As we are talking here, people are loading, I don't want to mention motor companies that are loading Abuja now. People are born this morning. People are loading as I'm talking. But in terms of the deplorable state of the road, I am telling you now, you went on admissions. Is it everybody traveling now are being hit to the hospital? No, what I'm asking, we are not looking at the admission. We are not looking at the admission. No, what I'm saying, we are looking at the deplorable roads. I'm telling you that is it even God of heaven when we travel, some of us that fly on air, we see bump in heaven or the sky. So is it that God is not God? That is why we have turbulence. I went to America the other time, 1 hour 20 minutes.
Let's look at the projects that the president is embarking on. There has been humongous amounts that have been picked loan amounts that have been picked. And sometimes you wonder if we're really on a spending spree in Nigeria. What and others also say that probably is towards amassing much money for the 2027 election and not even for the people. Okay. Again, if you look at the economy, in spite of the loans being picked, the economy, the average Nigerian is still suffering. I was expecting you to give us some numbers on how the economy has improved the lives of Nigerians who are still impoverished.
Now, you see, when people talk, they talk about putting food on the table 3 times a day. Even for you to eat 3 times a day is not healthy for your life. If you ask, the medical doctor has just left here now, you will know that eating 3 times is not healthy for your own life.
It depends on the age bracket.
No, it is not even about age bracket. Your system. Are we not seeing children of 10 years having hypertension now? Children of 11 years having kidney problem? Those who are having hypertension, what are they thinking about? Those children that are having hypertension, 12, 13.
So you don't subscribe to 3 meals a day?
A country that eats 3 times a day is not a country that is looking forward. I've been to several countries.
It's not a country that is healthy?
That is looking forward for a future. It's a country that makes its children to be a eater.
Okay, are you saying that? Are you saying that the hardship we are facing in Nigeria is a deliberate act of the president?
It's not
to make us suffer for it and not to eat healthily, or not to eat 3 square meals, or not? We don't even have 3 square meals anymore. Or not to take 3 meals a day.
What I'm even talking about is that, you see, where this curve we are going through, it is a curve that we are going to overcome by stabilizing things. Is it the present president now that made the 3 refinery or 4 refinery not to be working? Now, what are the steps that have been taken to stimulate and make sure that we are having fuel all over the place, that nobody in the history of Nigeria, that this Christmas is the first Christmas that nobody was using jerry can to buy fuel. Now, have we forgotten all those ones? Most time we forgot where we are coming from. You are talking about the man amassing money for 2027 election. Did you remember 2023 election? Did he amass money when everywhere was short? There was no movement of money. Do you credit the winning of that man in 2023 to money? It was his spraying money that makes him to win, even when the sitting government does not want him. So when we are talking, let us talk on things that are factual. The man coming to presidency by money when money was not available even for the poor man. There was no money to be given to anybody, and the man still won. Now, if we are going to talk of stealing money to amass money for 2027, the money he gathered for 2023, has he finished spending it, that he will not use that one now to be able to say, okay, where I need to put money in, the money I didn't use for 2023, I will use it. Because he did not use money, and nobody, that is one of the reasons you see cry up and down, nobody nominated, nobody carried him, nobody sponsored him. So it is not an election that they will give him money, vote by, and all the rest of them. So if we talk about 2023 election, where the man was shot out of the system, both fuel and everything, and yet he survived. Now we are talking of the man is in power. What we are seeing today, the development and decisions taken. We look at the mining system, look at how everything has been regulated. And we know those who are causing the insecurity because of all the things, the mineral resources that they've been amassing for themselves. So we don't think that the people that are involved will not cry out. I'm not saying Nigerians are not feeling the pain of decisions taken, and that is why I started by saying that there are decisions you take, even as a head of a family. Right. You take some decisions because you want to navigate through some storm to stabilize the people that in your house. There are decisions you take that are not easy for your wife and children, but you have to carry them along and tell them we have to take this decision because this is what we are pursuing, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to achieve, and for a while after we have endured the pain and we are going to come out of it. Jesus, we are mentioning his name today, go through pain, and that pain make his name to be lifted above other names. So for us to say he's not doing anything will be deceiving ourselves, because we are seeing a lot of things in different sectors. And I feel that talking about the election, looking at the primaries, I believe very strongly Mr. President has a mechanism to fix all the anomalies that came up in primaries. You must expect that from a ruling party. Number one, because people are coming in for a party to be a ruling party and be on the center, a lot of people feel that there's an advantage in. Now, when the people comes in, you are going to have friction about who goes for this or that. But I think Mr. President had a way and mechanism to fix his issue. And I want to say that we want to elect a president who cannot solve a party problem, but want a ready-made seat. That everywhere going, it must be a ready-made seat. What makes you a husband? Philip, you are a husband of many years now. Is it because you don't have some challenge from your wife, but you stay in and fix it and stay in that marriage instead of relocating to GRA, come back and look for another woman? So what we are saying, Nigeria has a challenge, and we need a leader who can fix challenge. If you cannot fix your party issue, how do you feel the problem of Nigeria that is bigger than the political party?
Okay, let's come to you, Amieye Omoge. I don't know if you have a reaction to what he said concerning the ability of your candidate to withstand pressure rather than move away from pressure whenever he notices that in any party. Because that's, again, a major characteristic in noting if one has the ability to fix the country.
Thank you very much, Philip. You see, you cannot be defending APC or defending President Bola Ahmed Tinubu without sounding very, very funny. I know viewers at home will just be laughing and smiling, hearing what Reverend Igbasa is saying in the studio. We all know that the problem in the opposition political party, like I've always said and I've always maintained, is well orchestrated by the current APC-led government. They are the one, causing problem up and down. They started with Labour, they went to PDP, they went to ADC, and thank God, Peter Obi outsmarted Bola Tinubu and the Kabas. And today we have peace in the NDC. And today we have a political party that is going to produce the next president of Nigeria and other positions across Nigeria that will take Nigeria to a state of Eldorado. What we are currently passing today will be a thing of the past as soon as Peter Obi comes on board. So let us just jettison the thing he's trying to say. We all know this opposition is the handiwork of the APC and the leaders of APC that are trying to cause all the problem. He is not running away from problem and challenges. He has been able to show that power and focus in Anambra State, and he is going to replicate that. Nigeria will soon become a role model to other African countries and to other countries around the globe. We pray that God lead us to 2027 and a new dawn where Nigerians will be proud across the globe, anywhere they are, to beat their chest to say they are from Nigeria. Today, when you mention Nigeria, it is always for the negative thing. But very soon, very, very soon, when Peter Obi comes, when the righteous man comes, everything will be peaceful in Nigeria. Nigeria will be a country that we will all be proud of. A Nigeria of our dreams. Nigerians.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Morgan. You still have the floor, but let's see how possible that will be in terms of winning that election come 2027. But you agree with me that for the opposition to win it, there must be unity at the level of the opposition. And of course, at present, we are seeing discordant tunes. One party candidate, the other one is also popping up. Do you see a united opposition come 2027?
Most definitely, I see a united opposition come 2027. You can see what the NDC is doing right now. Is a party that is well accepted all across the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. Of course, we have been able to produce candidates from the respective senatorial districts and the federal constituency as well as state constituencies, and also the 28 states where governorship election we hold. That is to tell you that today we now have a formidable opposition party that is going to take over from the current APC-led government.
Thank you so much, Omoroge. Thank you for taking our time to be part of this, and I wish you a beautiful day ahead of you. In 30 seconds, what do you see as your round-off on this?
What I have to say is that you look for, how do you know a husband that will last? A husband that can bear excesses of a woman. So, and I repeat again, if you want to know a leader is somebody that stays in one place and fix the problem, not a leader that jumps from one party to another. You cannot solve a problem of a party. Do you remember what happened in Labour Party?
But don't forget there's a time frame. Even if you want to stay in the party and if it's not able to be fixed in a particular time frame, then you lose it.
The question is that
you forgot there's a timeline.
The problem.
So is it not even diplomatic to quickly leave the party because of the duration that is not available? Because that could also be, as critics said, could be a landmine that was, imposed on the opposition for them to fail.
Sir, when you say an outsider create problem in your house and you are a good husband, if you have wisdom, you will fix the problem of your house.
All right.
Now, the man is not the one that is contesting in your party. You look at the problem of PDP.
Okay.
PDP have a problem of zoning. Is it Tinubu that caused that one for them?
Okay, thank you very much.
All their leaders, all the governors decide to shift because they look at there's no future there.
Okay.
So
thank you, Bishop Austin Igbasan, for taking our time to be part of this. Finish on that.
I want to say Nigerians should look at somebody that can endure and persevere.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. We will be joining our Abuja studio for the conversation from that axis.
All right, thank you very much, Phyllis, for that segment. Quite interesting. I'm sure that those that have listened have taken notes and will do what your guests have all said. So thank you. And now we move to our own segment where we'll be looking at Eid al-Kabir, or Eid al-Adha, as it's called in the Arabic language. And of course, we'll take a look at the situation, the cost of buying food. The celebration has to do with food, slaughtering of ram, and then if you have so much, then you can move to recreational, facilities with your friends and family members just to unwind. I have two imams with me in the studio. From my far right is the imam of Ibrahim Maimuna Foundation Mosque in Kubwa, Imam Abdul Wahid Abdul Rauf.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, the viewers at home.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And then I also have the Grand Chief Imam of Katampi District, Imam Habibullah bin Hamid.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers, alhamdulillah, jazakumullah khairan jazak.
All right, thank you. By this time tomorrow we'll be celebrating Eid al-Kabir. Yeah, tell us about it.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. قبل أن أجري ما في وطني أويكم بتحية إسلامية قائلا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونشكره ونستعينه ونستهديه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهد الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن سيدنا محمدا عبده ورسوله وصفيه وحبيبه من بعثه الله رحمة للعالمين حبيبا مبشرا ونصيرا وبلغ رسالته وأدى الأمانة ونصح الأمة فجزاه الله عنا خير الجزاء من جزاء بالأنبياء وصلوات الله وسلامه عليه وعلى كل رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Alhamdulillah, we appreciate how much Allah give us that permit us to be living so today. And then, Alhamdulillah, this year we hope last year that we will be alive, but Allah will. That is why we are here. If no, there are many people that have gone. We appreciate Allah. Eid al-Kabir, Eid al-Adha. Firstly, is compulsory in Islam. Secondly, we have a lot of lessons to learn from our forefather, Shaydina Ibrahim, alayhi salatu wasalam. Because from Eid al-Adha, that is when we learn faithful and obedience. Because when Prophet Ibrahim was pleading of a child from Almighty Allah in Surah Al-Safa, Ayat 107, he said, "Oh Almighty Allah, Rabbi habli min al-salihin, bless me with a blessed child." So you see, for first lesson that we can cure there is that whenever we request something, we should watch our promise. Prophet Ibrahim said, "If you bless me with a child, I can even use it to serve." When he says so, after that, Almighty Allah bless him with Ismail, Shaydina Ismail. When he gets to the stage that is walking, because we have a stage of crowing, we have a stage of walking. When Prophet Ismail gets to the stage of walking, Almighty Allah show Shaydina Ibrahim his promise. That he promised me that, okay, you use it to serve me. When he showed him, he now said to his son, he said, "So, this is what I saw from my dream." And then the son said, "No problem. Started doing things. So you will meet me as a person. What does that mean? That's okay. If you use me to serve, if you use me to serve your Almighty Allah, I will surrender." Firstly, and then Sayyidina Ibrahim perform it. He take him to where to slaughter him, and in that down, Almighty Allah now said, "Oh, God, you have seen the truth of your promise. So for this, we change it to the different for you." So we have two lessons here. First lesson is to be faithful. There are many people, after they made promise, they will fail the promise. So this Eid al-Adha, it taught all Islamic religion, everyone in the world, to be faithful and obedient. When Almighty Allah commands Sayyidina Ibrahim to fulfill his promise, is an obedience. It is not easy. It's a huge task force to for your only son. So, but when it fulfilled, that's what is happening to us in our country. Many leaders, they promise for their country. When they get to the position, they fail. Almighty Allah will guide us and protect us.
So let's get to Imam Abdul Wahid now. The celebration of Eid al-Kabir has to do with slaughtering of ram. And at a time like this, when the economy is shrinking, a lot of people don't have the money to buy ram because there are factors that have made it very expensive. People don't rear rams in cities. Rams are reared in the hinterland, in villages and rural communities. And at a time like this, you move them from where they are reared and then you bring them to city. The cost of bringing them has increased in terms of transport costs. The food they eat, as in the grasses, have also increased, and all those are, plow back into the cost of selling the ram. So tell us how that will be when a lot of people that are supposed to slaughter rams may not be able to buy ram in this season.
Thank you very much, the uncle. May Almighty Allah rescue our affairs and be with every one of us. When we are talking about Eid al-Adha, as you rightly said, or Eid al-Kabir, is a kind of feast which religion has prescribed for the Muslims to get into whenever the time comes. And it's always fixed. Fixed in the sense that it's going to occur the second day after the day of Arafah. Arafah means when the pilgrims, they are there in the Hajj, performing the rituals, which today, what the action they are going to make today, it makes them that Al-Hajj and Al-Hajjah that we normally call them. So which the following day is now tantamount to celebration of that. So having said that, it means that Muslims have the duration of 1 good year to prepare for the next one. It's just like
For the next Hajj or for the next Eid al-Kabir?
Both of them.
Okay.
Because Eid al-Kabir is definitely coming a day after the Hajj. So we cannot say directly that it's going to be on this day, but we can just predict, because you know that the Islamic calendar is being prescribed by the divine. That's when the Christian is sighted, then that is when we commence. So, but we can say within this range. So the Eid al-Adha is going to fall. The long and short of the story is that it is speculated, which means we have a lifespan of that's not less than 360 days. Not 60 days this time around. Talking about Islamic calendar, you know, it's not always up to, it will never be up to 31. It's either 30, 29. So as such, the Muslims, the moment we are done with this one, you will see conscious Muslims, they will start preparing for the next one. And that's why they always have a kind of account that, wow, this account, I'm dedicating it. That this month, as I'm earning my salary, let this portion of my money, let it go there. So with that, yesterday when I went to the abattoir to get and this and now, I was there some days back. And when I got there yesterday, I saw that, okay, where are those rams that I've been seeing days before now? They are gone, but others are here. So meanwhile, there is still this hardship. But the love the Muslims have for that celebration, it didn't let them know that there is even hardship in the country, because they are well prepared for it. Now, talking about the capacity and the capability of doing it, Islam actually encourages anyone that has the capacity to do that to do it. Because in a quotation of the Prophet, he said that on the day of Eid, there is no any good deed you can do that the reward can be so great than ira qatil dam, that is to make a slaughter. So, which means that if you are capable of doing that, the best thing you can do is to do it. We now have 3 segments. The first of them to be used is ram. Whether the male or the female, ram or ewe, either of the two is allowed. But that if it is ram you are making use of now, let it be up to at least 6 months old. But when you are making use of a he or she goat, then it must not be less than a year. So, meaning that it's not as if you can go for the bigger one, go ahead. If you can't go for that, stay at your own level. The other one we can also use for this lottery is cow. And cow now, 7 people, maximum of 7 people can come together, buy one, and the reward will be for all of them. The same thing goes with camel. Those are the 3.
So camel, how many do you buy? 1 to 7 people?
Yes, maximum of 7 people. So, but if you are alone and you are capable of doing that, buy it. You will also have the reward. Meanwhile, there now this general quotation in Surah Al-Baqarah is now that La yukallifu Allahu nafsan illa wus'aha, meaning that Allah is not asking you, He's not putting a burden that you cannot afford, is not placing on you. That you slaughtered it last year. If you don't have the money this year now, it's not compulsory on you. And that's why another quotation from the Prophet said that for anyone who is capable of buying one, don't eat it alone. Share them into 3 portions. Number 1, kulu minha. Eat, you and your family members and the friends that will be coming to you, eat out of it. That's number 1. Number 2, wadakhiru. You can preserve some, that after they eat, let the mouth still be feeling the taste of it. Why the third one? What is what dahu? Now give them out as alms.
So you must share.
Yes, you must share. You must
So
share.
if you slaughter without sharing, you will not get the benefit.
You will not have that reward. You won't say you are a sinner, but the reward that you will have for sharing, for giving your lovers, for giving your neighbors, you will not have it. And you know Islamically now, your neighbor, they matter to you. In fact, the Prophet does not even play with neighbors in any way. That anybody that you are feeling your own belly, while you are aware that your neighbors are starving, then you should know that the mercy of Allah is staying away from you gradually. So giving out of what you have slaughtered, it is mandatory on you to do that. So as such, if you know that you cannot afford to buy one, don't go and put yourself into debt. It's not allowed because of that verse that I just quoted, that La yukallifu Allahu nafsan illa wus'aha. Allah is not asking you of anything except what you can afford. So you can afford it, it is the best. You can't do that now, stay away. God knows, and He knows better. If you can't do that today, this year, if God spares our life, you can even go for the bigger one next year. So don't go beyond what you can, you are able to afford. Wallahu alam.
Oh, well, this is really interesting. But an aspect I need clarification is for those who have traveled to perform Hajj, are they also obliged to slaughter ram, cows, or camel there?
Yes, those ones, it's even mandatory on them. And that, their one is called Hadaya. So they have to pay for that. You know, in our country now, that's one of the reasons why I love my country. Because you take the slaughter, you give it to whoever you like. You share love. But there, it's not allowed. Anybody cannot just slaughter anything anywhere, just like every other developed country. They can't do that. So they have to pay for that, for someone who is going to do that on their behalf. So it is compulsory for them. So why we here is not that compulsory. So which means that if you are talking about the compulsion, it is compulsory for those who are in the Hajj. If they don't do that now, it means their hadaya is like debt on them. Why we, that we are not there, is not compulsory. So to them it is compulsory, to us it's not compulsory. So meanwhile, doing it is just the best. But if they couldn't do it there, they have to know that yes, there is a kind of debt on them.
Okay, now let me come. You want to add?
Yeah.
Okay.
Secondly, if it's assumed they don't have the capacity, maybe because of the information in the country and the way they move today, they'll not be able to provide their fast.
Okay. They will fast to replace the slaughtering of the ram.
3 days there, 7 days from the back.
Okay, so now is the issue of those who may have the resources to buy and slaughter and choose not to. What happens?
Allah Akbar. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, Man sa'a falam yudiha, in sha'a falyamut yahudiya aw nasraniya. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, for those who have the capacity, have the power, have the money to slaughter, and he refused, such person, if he wish, he should die as unbeliever. It's far preferable down for him to happen to not do it. That is one. Second, فلا تقرب مصلينا. If you have the capacity to slaughter and you don't slaughter, then you should stay away from where we are praying.
So you should not attend Eid.
So this simply means man ragiba an sunnati falyusallim. Whosoever disagrees with the will of Allah and the guide of Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not our path. Because Quran says, "Ati Allah wa ati Rasul wa ulul amri minkum." Follow the guide of Almighty Allah, follow the guide of Prophet Muhammad, and lead us. So that is for that.
So it's a done deal. You must slaughter so long as you have the capacity. Then Imam, what about those who are not stable in a place or in their houses, or are not permitted or are not approved to travel to celebrate with their family? What happens to them?
Yes. Thank you very much for that. And I always cherish the questions that always come out from the anchor, because you are really doing this on behalf of the viewers there at home. So which is the more reason we always enjoy people to listen to this kind of program, not just the social media. You can see science and nonsense on the social media, but here you can't listen to anything except facts. For anybody who is not capable, for any of the reasons, the reason could be that monetary aspects, the reason could be that security aspect, any reason that you know that this will hinder me from traveling, لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. I'm saying, going back to that law, that Allah is not asking you to do what you cannot do. Don't put burden on yourself. Don't put unnecessary debt on yourself. Yes, if God spares your life, it is when you are alive that you can celebrate. If you're not alive, definitely there is nothing. It will still be done behind you. So that you are not celebrating with your family members does not stop you from celebrating, because that day, the day of Eid, that rejoice must be there for you. So the only thing I will advise you is that if you have the money to also send to your family members over there to do their own slaughtering, do yours, do it. Yes, the reward is it will be there for you. That for you, in fact, in one of the hadiths, he said that the hair, all over the ram, it will be counted as reward for you. You know, hair is considered uncountable now. So, but to Almighty Allah, it's countable to Him. So imagine, even if it is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, subhanallah. So the reward we have for your own, for buying for them now, they are countless. And you know, everything we are doing now, we will still leave this world one day. It is what you have done, you have transferred to your hereafter that will be of benefit in your grave and by extension on the day of resurrection.
Okay, so let's move quickly because our time is really flying fast, and that will be lessons that should be drawn from what the Holy Scripture says in terms of sacrifice, in terms of obedience, and also be faithful. What should be the lesson to our leaders?
There's a great lesson, and I really appreciate this question. But I have a question to our anchors. That's to you. Before we,
you know, I cannot answer. I can only ask.
Okay. The question to the world, to the viewers. This situation that every year seems to rise when there is time of any celebration, any festival, and the situation that we have now in our country, what brings us to this stage? What brings us to this stage? Many people now buy a ram of 1 million, 1.5.
Yes.
Before, if there is hadith that supports a female ram can be slaughtered. But how many people go for it then? When they will buy a ram of 20,000 and a huge and big ram, like two. And then what is the way forward? That's where to go to our leaders. Almighty Allah says in the Quran that it starts our leaders. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَالنَّقْصِ مِنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ. Almighty Allah says, He can test the world with hunger, with fear, and then with sort of money, with sort of life, but give a good message, a good will to those that have patience. But sort of ram, sort of movement, cause of things, what brings it? What brings it come in Ayah al-Quran, as we said? Almighty Allah said, ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّ اللَّهِ لَمْ يَكُمْ مُغَيِّرًا نِعْمَةً أَنْعَمَهَا عَلَى قَوْمٍ. Almighty Allah said in Noble Book al-Quran, He said, a blessing that preserved for the Ummah, He will never remove it, He will never reduce it, and He will never stop it. حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم وأن الله سميع عليم. Except they change. Almighty Allah, Nigeria is a blessed country. We all believe that. We still pray that Almighty Allah bless the country more. But why things has changed? Why frustration? Why people are killing ourselves? Why are we scared? We can't be able to travel.
Insecurity.
Why? What caused all this? What caused it is our attitude. Because Quran quotes it. He said, Him, Almighty Allah, will not remove the blessing of peace of rest of mind that you people have. Then He will not reduce it, He will not remove it, He will not change it. But what can change it is what you do. That is why Quran still said in another place. He said, In Allah la yugayiru ma bi qawmin hatta yugayiru ma bi anfusihim. Almighty Allah will not change anything with any human except they change their deeds. So our leader really wants you people to go back to law. So Almighty Allah, you people should go back to Quran, you people should go back to Bible. All the law that we are using in our country, even in outside country, they follow the rules of Bible and the Quran to pick out all these laws. But after picking it out, and Almighty Allah command us to obey you people. But at the end of the day, everything changed upside down. If you want to be out that things will be back, our leaders should change their mindset. Change our mindset. What is the solution we have? In short word, because of time, there is a solution to the whole world. and everything will change. Almighty said it in Al-Quran. فَقُلْتُ اسْتَغْفِرُوا رَبَّكُمْ إِنَّهُ كَانَ غَفَّارًا يُرْسِلُ السَّمَاءَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِدْرَارًا وَيُمْدِدْكُم بِأَمْوَالٍ وَبَنِينَ وَيَجْعَل لَّكُمْ جَنَّاتٍ وَيَجْعَل لَّكُمْ أَنْهَارًا. Almighty Allah said, when world has changed, everything is caused, and then there is no peace in country, what we need is to go back to Almighty God. We seek for forgiveness. When we seek for forgiveness, someone that we seek for forgiveness, we repent. We should repent. Our leaders should repent of promise they will not fulfill.
Okay, that is very, very important. So let's get to your final word, which is lessons to our leaders.
Thank you very much, sir. My sincere message to our leaders is that Islamically, coming to the position of leaders is not mandatory. But the moment you demand for that, and you are whether fortunate or unfortunate, be in that position, you should know that you have a lot of questions to answer on them. Starting from the topmost, as Nigeria now, the president is the head of every Nigerians. And that's anyone occupying that position should know that every living thing living on the soil of Nigeria, they will be held accountable on them on the day of resurrection. Every governor in the state should know that in your own state, whether they are killing people, whether people are enjoying, you will ask questions, answer questions on them on the day of resurrection. Your senator, the constituency, the House of Rep, you should know that every one of you will answer questions on every people you are governing. And the major of them is that I always wonder that how did we even get to where we are? You'll be walking down from point A to point C, that is in Nigeria, that is the kilometer about 10 to 20 kilometers, no security anywhere. If you really want to go back to there now, why won't there be securities? Why is it that a stolen vehicle from a state, we now get to another state, which between the two states now we have a lot of states, and the thief will scale through all those things? Is something wrong with us? Something is really wrong with us. To get it back, let's start from the security. All those vote money and everything that we are collecting now, you should use them. One message about money that Allah let us know is that you will be held accountable for how you gather your money and how you spend them. The banditry we are seeing today, I believe, is still the wealthy people that they are sponsoring. It's not the poor people, it's the wealthy people. So how you acquire that money and how you are using it to arm people, you will answer. Why won't you change? I didn't mean that we will not die this world now, we say continue, but you will die now eventually. It's either you leave the wealth or the wealth leaves you. Haven't we seen a lot of people that they have been convicted today? Where is their wealth? Where is their freedom? Where is everything? Every one of them that they are still living today. Let them feel whatever they die on, they will resurrect on that on the day.
Thanks so very much, Imam Abdul Wahid Abdul Rauf, and as well as Imam Habibullah bin Hamid. Thank you so much for your time and for educating Nigerians as it concerns Eid al-Kabir. So we'll take a quick break to move to Lagos Network Studio for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you so much. Joining from Lagos Network Studio this beautiful morning. We're still on CMI, the continuation on CMI this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unko. And of course, our guest here is Barrister Atta Adams. He is a legal practitioner and also a multi-skilled professional. Hello, Barrister. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me on this program this morning.
Thank you so much for coming. So today we're going to be talking about the just concluded APC primaries election, where we saw that Tinubu emerges as the presidential candidate for 2027. Promises to improved economy and security. You know, Nigerian political atmosphere is again heating up ahead of the 2027 general election as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu secured the APC presidential ticket ahead of the 2027 coming election with 10,999,162 votes in the party's nationwide direct primary. While supporters described the massive victory as a strong vote of confidence in his leadership and reforms, critics argues that the country's economic hardship and rising public frustration may shape the political landscape differently before 2027. And we also saw where he said, you know, he came out to say that, he pledges to deepen economic reforms and also help curb insecurity in Nigeria. And coupled to the fact that we've been seeing what have been happening in Nigeria currently, the insecurity, you know, currently happening in the country, the last one that happened where the teacher was beheaded in Ogbomoso, and most of the students and the children and some teachers, they're still there. We haven't even heard from them, knowing how they're doing and how they're feeling. I mean, I saw somebody posted yesterday saying, oh, the weather is cold, you're lying on your bed, you know, covering with duvet. For parents, you know, you're covering your children because the weather is cold. Remember, there's a 2-year-old child, you know, out there. There's still some children out there. And then with the insecurity level we've been seeing in the country, and we saw that the president pulled out this, you know, this amount of votes, almost 11 million, you know, votes in the primaries. And a lot of persons are talking, you know, you know, does this give him the edge for a 2027 election to come out with this amount of votes? Barrister Atta, let's get to hear your take.
Well, let me start by saying that nobody celebrates failure. And I'm not a fool that I'll be celebrating failure. For those people who are supporting Mr. President, they are supporting Mr. President for their own personal pockets. I've been saying it and I'll continue to say it. They are only concerned about their personal interests. They are not concerned about you and I and the whole entire Nigerians. So for me, I think that as far as I'm concerned, the primary election that Mr. President won is just, what is it called, a social media crusade, where people come online to demonstrate what is not real.
A social media crusade?
Yes. That's
so you feel people come online to demonstrate what's not real?
Yes, because in reality, you see that, even look at the way they were counting the voters, the people that came out to vote. You see that somebody will jump from 10 to 50, from 50 to 200.
Exactly, I saw it.
How does that demonstrate? They are not even disturbed. They are not perturbed. They are not even worried of the fact that these things are going on social media. They are not disturbed about their personal integrity. It's all about today. Mr. President will come and go, but what about you that your, what is it called, your video is being edited or is online all over the Federation, all over the world. You are not disturbed about your integrity. For me, so it's such a bad experience. And then you see that out of 12 million, a party that they have claimed that their membership is about 12 million, and then one person is being accredited to a vote of almost about 11 million. How will you describe that? That is shamble. That is fake and fictitious. I will not fall for them.
You won't fall for them. You know, in the president's words, he said, "Today I return as your incumbent president, humbled by the enduring support, encouraged by your continued confidence, and with renewed passion for the task ahead." He said, in 2022, our task was to chart a new direction for our party and nation. Today, our task is to affirm that continuity is essential to consolidate reforms, secure progress, and strengthening the foundation of the modern Nigeria. I mean, before he later said that, you know, he's coming to deepen economic reforms and also strengthening security, despite all the insecurity we've been seeing in the country.
Yes, let me say that Mr. President is not a serious leader. And as a leader, you are in charge all over the Federation, life and properties. That's why you are being branded as a chief security officer of the Federation. It's not enough for you to say, I'm the CEO, or you are in charge. No, you must have to showcase that indeed you are in charge. But for me, I think that Mr. President is more interested in coming to social media to lullaby people or to say this and that. But in reality, the reverse is the case. Are people not dying? Are people not being killed on a daily basis? Is the rate of kidnapping increasing on a daily basis? Is there no hunger in the town? This is what Mr. President should activate his strength. Not going on social media or going towards his political cronies and then try to impress them by saying one or two words. For me, I think that this APC government is fake, like I've been saying it. They are not serious about you and I.
But Barrister Atta, you are saying they are not serious with between the both of us. Don't you think other people outside, I mean, mainly their supporters, they are not saying this? Because for them to come out with a vote of almost 11 million, I mean,
I just gave you what led to that figure. Now, how can you count 1 to 10 and then the next thing you are at 200?
But we saw that also happen in ADC.
But we are more concerned about APC for now, because you are in charge. As a head, as a leader, you are supposed to lead by example. You are the president. You are supposed to call your party to order. Oh, let's do it like this. Let's do it properly. Because of the fact that you are the custodian of our legal jurisprudence, of everything, of the whole entire institution. And INEC is not even disturbed about all these shambles. He's not concerned about all these things. The evidence are there. How can somebody be counting 10 and then the next thing is in 200? How will you correlate that? How will you juxtapose that with reality and what is in vogue and what we are building as a nation? The democracy we want to build. Is that how we are going to get it? And mind you, Nigerians should be very, very careful about this party called APC, because what we are seeing now is a build-up towards 2027, so that they can have this figure, and then by 2027 you see that they will be able to manipulate their way by skyrocketing their votes, by inflating the votes, by manipulating the system, by hijacking the system, by letting the system not to work. That is the build-up of what APC is building currently. And Nigerians should be so particular and so deliberate. Freedom is not given voluntarily. You must come out to fight for it and demand for it. That is what we are saying. Nigerians should be firm to come 2027. We should be resolute. We should not allow these people to take us for a ride. It's unacceptable. Otherwise, we are going to continue in this hunger for another 4 years. People are busy selling their votes. People are coming out now, playing to the gallery, claiming that they are supporting Mr. President, like what we saw a few days ago. But however, later now they will come back and then start seeking for 5,000 naira loan from you and I, 2,000 naira. These are the same people that went to, they have mortgaged themselves to Mr. President.
But if you also look at this, election stuff, you notice that most of the incumbents, they actually did not get the ticket. Talking about those primaries.
Yes, we saw what happened in Rivers State. I think we saw what happened to the governor of Rivers State at the point. He has to abandon the exercise, and then some other people, I don't know, that's part of their own, arrangements in APC and all those things. So it's left for them. I do not know, but because what may be peculiar to Mr. A may not be peculiar to Mr. B. You cannot equate the situation in Rivers State to what is happening in other states. So we have to, we as analysts, and even though we are equally politicians, because everybody is born into politics, whether you like it or not, you are a politician. That is how it's built. Some of us, we have to be careful, because with what we say as to whether some people got the ticket or not, we don't know what led to that. It may be that the people may not want him again. It may be that the party are not ready to produce him. It may be that there are internal issues between him and the party members, or to the leadership of the party within the states, or from the national. So like Ned himself, I think he lost a ticket to the former governor of Delta State. And then we saw a series of them all over the federation like that. And then the other man from Kaduna State, I don't know, the man that's young, is he an adult? I don't know. The man that is not that tall thereabout. I don't know how best to describe him. I think he lost a ticket also.
No. He got the ticket.
He got the ticket. Exactly. So congratulations to him. So all over.
So let's talk about the opposition parties. I mean, we saw that the former President Goodluck Jonathan, came out and he got the presidential ticket for PDP. And we also saw that Peter Obi got the presidential ticket for NDC and for ADC Atiku and Atiku Abubakar. So don't you think now, especially the fact that the former president came back, don't you think before we were like, oh, is there really a strong opposition party, competing with the current ruling party, the APC? But now that it was just, let's say, Peter Obi, NDC, Atiku, ADC, and now that the former President Goodluck Jonathan came back, and has gotten the presidential tickets from the PDP, he came back to PDP. Don't you think the APC now still do not, the now we have like 3 strong opposition parties against the APC. Does it still give the president a chance for the forthcoming
Yes, let me
election?
say that the only thing that can remove President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the unity of the opposition. A house that is in disarray cannot earn any results. The opposition, they are on the frolic on their own. They are operating from another atmosphere. Their unity is of paramount importance to the growth of the forthcoming election. Otherwise, it's going to amount to an exercise in futility. Atiku, what is it called, Peter Obi, Jonathan, their unity is very, very important. Otherwise, Mr. President is going to use his power. Mr. President is already in charge of about 5 states in the West. That's sure for him. And then you know that the Vice President is from the North. And then with some governors who are in the North, you know, about 30 governors right now, as I'm speaking to you, they're in APC. And whether you like it or not, elections are done by the sitting governors. Nigerians will say, oh, we want to come and vote and everything. But when it comes to the manipulation and the fraud, the fraud that is being orchestrated on a daily basis towards the election build-up, it's being done sitting governors. We must say it as a matter of reality. I'm saying it because I witnessed how election is being done over time. Because if you look at the last election, you see that the results, you see that some results were held back at a point. You see at a point they will release some results. They will decide to withhold some states. They will doctor it and then release it at a point. So the truth is there is no way any opposition can defeat Mr. President except is in unity. Otherwise, it's going to be that, like I said, it's going to be that they are wasting their time. I don't know what the former president is coming out to do at this point, and unfortunately, PDP is already a dead party.
You know, there was a time where some group of persons were seen, you know, they went to Jonathan's house, you know, asking him to please come back. I mean, during his time, it was not like this. I feel that's the main reason why it was like, okay, let me just give it a try. But at this point, you're talking about the other opposition parties, they need to be united. I mean, the fact now that Peter Obi is no longer in the ADC, is in the NDC, Atiku, ADC, Goodluck Jonathan, PDP, they are not in the same party. Not the old coalition stuff is no longer there. You know, this old ADC was put together because of the coalition stuff to unseat the current president, yeah? But now that this old coalition stuff is no longer there, don't you still think that the president, you still think that the president will still stand a chance? Because, like I said earlier, the whole coalition stuff was put together for the president, you know, for them to be able to unseat the president. And now the coalition stuff is no longer, you know, they are no longer, you know, working together. Coupled to the fact that Peter Obi defected to the NDC and Kwankwaso, you know, followed him. And now the ADC is just left with Atiku. What do you still think about that, Barrister Atta?
Well, I think that it is their right to be in any political party of their choice. The provisions of the Constitution is clear. You can belong to any political party of your choice. But like I said, their unity is very, very important. And now what is of importance is that we Nigerians, we want a new president. This president is expired. I say with due respect, because if something is not producing the worth of the worth and the purpose to which that product is particularly there for, you see that it's of no effect and it's not relevant. So for me, I think that their unity is what we're clamoring for. They can come together and see how we can get results.
Barrister Atta, you know there's no way these opposition parties, they would come together. Everybody is fighting for themselves. I mean, Peter Obi wants to be president, Atiku wants to be president. Let me and Jonathan is back, he wants to be president. So there's no way they could come together.
Let me highlight what is really pushing them. Okay. I don't know, Atiku Abubakar is, I don't know his covenant with God in heaven. Maybe he promised God that I want to be the president of Nigeria before I die. And it's part of the condition before he parts and then leave this world. And then he's capitalizing on the votes from the north. He's not even shifting his base and campaign to the other parts of the country, the east and then the west. I've not seen him majorly pushing his strength around this environment. That's why Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Yeah, you cannot rally around the north alone and then you feel that you are going to win the election. And then for Peter Obi, my grievance with him is that he's feeling entitled. Peter Obi is feeling entitled. Yes, and I will say this because one is that you see, if you look at his antecedents, in the last election, he left. He did not even participate in the primary election. He does not want to give room for internal democracy. And now he has equally demonstrated the same thing. He left ADC. He's not ready to stay back and then participate in the primary election.
No, I feel the reason why he left the ADC, Peter Obi wants to be president, Atiku wants to be president. Nobody wants to be vice president. Atiku would not want to step aside for Peter Obi. Peter Obi would not want to step aside for Atiku. And we all know that if Obi still remains in the ADC and the primaries is being conducted, there is no way Obi would get the ticket. Atiku would get the ticket.
Well,
so I feel that is and most of Obi's supporters, I mean, I'm talking about the Obedience, they supported him and they agreed. They liked the fact that he actually defected to the ADC.
Yes, having said that, and that's why you see that the supporters are ranting and then they are sorting people media. Where is it done? Allow people to exercise their right to support any person of their choice. Why are you insulting the people supporting Atiku Abubakar? Why are you insulting the people supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Why are you insulting the people that are supporting Jonathan? It is their constitutional right. This right is innate, is imbued. They are feeling entitled, they're obedient. It's not done anywhere. Let them go to the poll and then exercise their right and see whoever wins the election. You will never see Atiku people insulting people. You will not see, apart from the fact that obedience are the one ranting and then joining issues with people that are supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and all those things. You know, all these things we boil down to, we start hating ourselves. And it's of no effect. It is for our own personal interests. Because these people are there, they're already there. After God and his cabinet, is these people that are making decisions for us. These people who are not experienced, who are interested in milking our money, who are interested in killing the system, who are just there and are not involved with what is on board, and they are not even having the feeling of what we are facing in reality. So we should not give these people room to take advantage of us.
So let's talk about the Independent National Electoral Commission. I'm talking about the INEC. What role do you think they actually play their role in monitoring this primaries election?
You see, that's part of what I'm saying. The provisions of the Constitution is clear, and the provisions of the Electoral Act expressly empowers INEC to oversee all primary elections by the parties. But it's like INEC is sleeping. I've not seen them making any pronouncements or anything in respect of all the fraud that we are clearly seeing on the social media. INEC is silent. Is that how you operate? People have been contesting and questioning the integrity of the new INEC boss. And now he's clearly showing. He's a professor, he's a senior advocate, and he's a former lecturer. He should be experienced enough. He should be experienced enough to know the predicaments that we are currently facing all over the Federation. The position you are occupying is not there for mere cosmetics as INEC boss. You are there to salvage the system. You are there to rescue our dear country. You are not there for just a fancy sake or to impress your family or to impress Mr. President. You are not an employee of Mr. President alone. You are an employee of you and I, every other Nigerians. You are just like a prophet that you are set out to go and rescue the whole nation. And then you are there now, he's not concerned. He's not even showcasing that indeed INEC is interested in the welfareism of Nigerians. INEC is interested in what is going on with the political parties. You are just silent.
You know, at first, when I saw during the ADC primaries, you know, when they were counting, they're counting from 10 to 20 to 25 to 100 to 100. At first, I was like, is this a sort of joke?
You see,
or what?
APC set up that template.
No, ADC started it. You know, ADC did their primaries before APC. ADC started it. So, and it sparks a lot of reaction saying, could these people be joking? Until after the APC primaries, we saw that the same thing actually happening. You're counting from 100 to 120 to 300 to 400. And I'm like,
I don't even know why we are still operating that analog pattern. I don't know. In this 21st century, people come and line up, and then you be counting them. And then you see that if assuming I want to vote for Rotimi Amaechi, I'll line up behind him. If I want to vote for Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, I'll line up behind him. And then you see that after that election, people will start witch hunting the people that came to vote. You know, it's equally putting people's life at risk.
Because you saw them and you saw the person they voted for.
Indeed, Jonathan don't even like me. Indeed, Victor is for Atiku Abubakar. Indeed, Zainab is for Amaechi. You see, I think I equally saw another video yesterday where I think that's Amaechi's hometown. A very long queue, can be from here to Joeleba in Lagos. Very long queue. And then the commentator, the author of that video was saying, indeed, what a remarkable queue for Amaechi, and then this and that and everything. So you see, that's analog. We don't need that.
So don't you think it's because it's the primaries, that's why it's like this? I mean, the main election wouldn't be like that. You know, you remember when...
Even in the main election, people still come out to queue.
You remember when the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President, where he said that in case of, the means of transmitting election results, you know, when he came out to say that, oh, if electronic transmission of result fails, you know, we'll fall back to manual. I mean, I'm just saying, because he mentioned that earlier. But for these, let's just say because it's the primaries, maybe when it's the main election, 2027, definitely won't be like this.
Let me tell you, I'm not expecting anything new from the system, because we are not putting all the basic arsenal and all the basic requirements on board to see that we get it right. And I will say this with what happened recently in the FCT election. That is just FCT election. And then you see that INEC cannot even control election in FCT alone. INEC cannot control that election. You see the fraud. You see we cannot even conduct what is it called, electronic transmission as a template. Let's even use that FCT as a template. INEC is hippie harloting. They are still operating in a moribund and expired system. Well, who does that in this 21st century? What is even the purpose of allowing people to queue in what is it called primary election? When you have the database, of your members, when you can initiate an electronic voting system within the party, and then you allow people to queue, you put them at risk, you encourage vote buying, you let them come out like that, and then you are seeing the manipulative counting from 10 to 50, from 50 to 200. We are in doom in this part.
So you feel the INEC chairman is not doing what is expected?
INEC is not sparking them. It's not pushing the system. If I'm on board, I will ensure that I will enforce, and then I will be so strict. For example, now the provisions of the Electoral Act say that nobody should campaign. To campaign is deemed to have been lifted. Is it 6 months or 3 months to election thereabout? Then these people will start immediately. The president take his oath of office. The next week he will start campaigning for the next coming election in the next 4 years. And then you see them campaigning up and down. Where they are supposed to go and commission a project, they will turn it to a campaign ground. Who does that? As if they are helping us.
I remember in 2022, the president made mention of talk about electricity. If I don't provide electricity, you know, don't vote for me for the next tenure. And now a lot of persons are saying, oh, remember you said this thing, and I mean, there's no electricity now. So now you're coming out to use insecurity, because this is what we are facing in the country. To say that, okay, if you're coming back, you would, you are promising insecurity, helping curb insecurity and reform economy in the country. And a lot of persons have been saying that. I mean, is this just, voting, or because the election is by the corner strategy and all of that? Or, I mean, is he saying it because he would do it, or he's just saying it for election's sake?
All those things are empty promises. We are not new to their pattern. He has made a lot of promises, heaven and earth, this and that and everything. So it is not just narrowed down to whether electricity or not. He has said a lot of things. What about the Agbado idea, the army, the police and the recruitment idea and everything he said? We are not new to Mr. President.
So what, to round this whole thing up, what do you think? Do you think the APC stand a chance for the forthcoming 2027 election, or other opposition parties stand a chance?
Well, I am not, I think Mr. President is going to retain that office, because if the opposition are not ready to unite, it's going to be like a one-way traffic exercise for Mr. President. And I said it with all sign of respect, considering the antecedent of the last election till date. You see that Jonathan was not even there, and you saw that the opposition, they split the votes. Now Jonathan is there. It's now going to be a regional election. And Mr. President will use his power of incumbency to manipulate the system, and with the support of the sitting governors, he will clear the coast.
Interesting. All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Arthur. Thanks. The President started chance for the forthcoming 2027 election. Thank you all our viewers for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina Unko. Do stay with us as we hand over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. I am Nuoluwapo Stevens. Also call me a social media butterfly. Now today we kickstart with hashtag PFN. Yes, PFN. Yesterday we saw them stage a protest. Now the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria yesterday expressed a deep concern over what it described as the worsening state of insecurity across the country, urging the federal government to take immediate and decisive steps to protect lives and restore peace. This is just as it called on the federal government to fulfill its constitutional and moral duty of protecting every citizen irrespective of tribe or religion, so that the country can truly be a nation where no one is oppressed. Anyway, let's take a listen.
Good morning. Good evening. Okay. Fellow Nigerians and gentlemen of the press, it's a message from our national president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Today marks the end of our 3 days of national prayer and fasting and prayer for Nigeria and their country, as proclaimed by the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria PFA. We are burdened for Nigeria today because we seem to have lost our sense of value for human life and its sanctity. The level of banditry, kidnapping, violence, insecurity, and savage killings all across the Nigerian landscape has risen to an intolerable height, so that every Nigerian should cry out against it to God for divine intervention and to our government for immediate and effective action.
Now let's see how you reacted to this on social media. We start off with this user who wrote on X, "People will not understand the pressure they had to go through from the powers that be to hold this protest. In the coming days or weeks, there will be a form of pushback." Another user on X reacting this one wrote, let's see. Well, this user says, "Pastor Yemi Davids, Apostle Iran, and the PFN were on the street rallying against the massive insecurity in Nigeria. This is what the early church would have done. Everyone should speak with one voice. Things are worse since the days of Jonathan. Nigerians, wake up." Another user on X wrote, let's see what we have. This one says, "A nation cannot keep fasting and praying over the same problems every year while those in power keep failing. When will action match the speeches?" Well, good question. Well, still on TMI Socials, in a video that has now gone viral, we get to see Pastor Paul Adefarasi, the senior pastor of House on the Rock Church. He has declared Nigeria dead and rotten due to the country's severe economic downturn. Take a look.
Nigeria is dead. Let's not deceive ourselves. Let me tell you something. I'm going deeper in a minute. Let me tell you something. Once you're counting in Naira, you are poor. I was not born poor. My father's salary, his last salary, in the 1960s, 70s or 80s, I remember when it was about 18,000 naira. That was money. Let me make it clear to you. How much is $1 billion naira today in dollars? Or 1.4 billion naira? How much is it in dollars? Only $1 million per. Do you know what $1 billion naira was when I was 15, 16? $2.8 billion.
Oh, that's a mathematics going on right there. Now, how did you react to this line? Let's see tweets and reactions. We'll start off with this user who wrote on X. He is talking about the currency while others are talking about insecurities, while some are still talking about lack of jobs. Nigeria is not dead, it is decaying. Another user on X reacting to this video says, but your empire was built on the same country, sir. Okay, well, still on this bit, this user wrote on X, sir, with all due respect, you're a public figure and a leader, a native of Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. You are a pastor and a person of knowledge. But sorry to say, sir, what do you think your conclusion will do to youth of this country? So we should all conclude we are poor. Now, this guy is saying literally, I am not poor, whatever you're saying either ways. But anyway, let's talk politics now, as hashtag ADC trended yesterday with the presidential primaries of that ruling party did hold. Now, allegations of rigging from the opposition party, delegate manipulation and irregularities have disrupted the recent African Democratic Congress ADC primary election across several states. So the fallout from these disputed primary processes has resulted in heavy protest, factional disputes, and threats of legal action. Let's see a video that went viral with the counting of persons on the queue right there at the ADC camp.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. Take up 104.
Well, the clear case of crazy things indeed are happening, because tell me how you start counting from 5 to 100 within the space of how many seconds? Well, reacting to this online, let's see what you said. This user wrote, is this the new law political parties have adopted now? Good question. Another user on X reacting says, what I don't understand is why they have to video it and post for the entire world to see. Don't they have any shame? Well, still on the story, this user wrote, these guys are not wise at all. They are in fact daft. Tinubu's APC did theirs and there was a nationwide criticism, and yet Atiko's people learned nothing. They followed the same path of shame to bad. Well, still talking politics. Yesterday, we saw a viral video from Peter Obi, who was actually saying that those who refuse to count our vote will be counted with it, because this country must work, and as people can no longer take us for granted. Anyway, take a listen to him.
People can no longer take us for granted. In South Africa, there are over 40,000 here, over 40,000 acres of electricity. And yet people are complaining they have no power. When we have 4,000, we are not complaining. And they just 60-something million, and we are 200-something million with 4,000 megawatts, and we are not complaining. If you don't want to complain,
Reacting to these online, let's see what Obedient said and netizens said concerning this video. This user wrote, if you cannot serve, go home. Public office is public service, or is for public service. Another user reacting to this says, yes, you couldn't wait and try your stand on ADC primaries. Looking for free tickets, no political strength in all you do. While still on this beat, this user says, Peter Obi needs to work on his public speaking ability reality. It is too mean for someone vying for presidency just too unconvincing. Okay, well, I guess that's all we have on that story, and interestingly, because of the time, we have to wrap things up here. But thank you so much for sticking out with me on TMI Socials today. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, and from all of us on This Morning on ITV, Lagos, Abuja, and right here in Edo State, Barika Day Salah to all Muslim faithfuls, and a happy holiday.
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tonight, court dismisses suit seeking to disqualify Jonathan from participating in 2027 polls. Federal government says digital switchover to unlock 605 billion naira advertising market. Lagos State Police Command says another set of kidnappers neutralized. Deploys over 10,000 officers ahead of Eid al-Kabir. Islamic scholars highlight significance of Arafat ahead of Eid al-Kabir. Plus, ITV and Radio 2026 Children Pemperempe set to light up Benin City. It's great to have you join us on ITV's main news tonight. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm being joined by Wilson Omasha from our Benin Network studio. Good evening, Wilson. How is preparation for Salah going?
Well, talking about Salah, we are all set for Salah tomorrow. Don't forget that tomorrow also is Children's Day. And of course, Peperepe is around the corner tomorrow. It's so good to see you tonight. How is Abuja?
Abuja is pretty calm. We're gearing up for the activities. Many thanks for asking. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Marcelina Unko. Hi, Marcelina. How is Lagos today?
Lagos is beautiful. Good evening to you, Joyce. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you too. Remember, you can watch ITV Live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Let's hit the road. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has been declared eligible to contest the 2027 presidential election by a federal high court sitting in Abuja. Justice Peter Lifu, who delivered the judgment, held that there is no constitutional barrier stopping Jonathan from seeking the presidency again. Joseph Kadri reports.
The eligibility suit against former President Goodluck Jonathan was filed by an Abuja-based lawyer, John Mary Jidiobi, who argues that Jonathan should not be allowed to contest again because he had previously taken the presidential oath twice after completing the tenure of late President Musa Yar'Adua and later serving a full term. Jonathan's legal team, however, argues that Section 1373 of the Nigerian Constitution cannot be applied retroactively against him because the Constitution amendment came after his tenure in office. Delivering judgment on the matter, the court rules that the issue had already been settled by the Court of Appeal and dismissed the suit challenging Jonathan's eligibility as frivolous and an abuse of court process. Justice Lifu consequently declared that Goodluck Jonathan is eligible to contest the 2027 presidential election. Following the judgment, parties briefly addressed journalists outside the courtroom.
That this matter has come to an end, and we commend the court for the expeditious manner in which this case was handled, and if you listened to the judgment that was delivered, it was very succinct. And what is very important, and which everybody, particularly court users, must take heed of, is the need to reduce rushing to court for frivolous cases. I think that is the point. This is a matter that had been settled, and now you have someone filing the same suit when judgment already exists in respect of this. So this is a point that was well established. And secondly, the court also upheld the eligibility of Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as far as the constitutional requirements are concerned.
From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And now away from that, the Nigerian military says a manhunt has been launched for perpetrators of the Oyo School kidnap incident, which resulted in the abduction of 32 persons and the gruesome murder of a mathematics teacher. Defense correspondent John Taylor reports that the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, disclosed this at the end of the month, a press briefing at the Defense Headquarters in Abuja.
The mass adoption of students by a terrorist group has been mostly prevalent in northern Nigeria. However, the trend extended to the southwest on May 15, following the raid on 3 schools in Oyo State, which led to the kidnapping of about 32 persons. One of the victims, a mathematics teacher, was reportedly murdered in a gruesome manner by the attackers. The killing of the mathematics teacher attracted widespread condemnation, with many describing the incident as barbaric and inhuman. Meanwhile, briefing newsmen at the end of month briefing on military operations, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, says the military has launched a coordinated manhunt for the perpetrators of Oyo School adoption.
In immediate response to those incidents and several others, the Chief of Defense Staff has directed a comprehensive security reinforcement across the general area, utilizing advanced aerial surveillance assets and mobilizing specialized ground forces in close coordination with other state authorities. Proactive operational steps are already yielding valuable intelligence, and troops will maintain a relentless posture until the perpetrators are brought to account and the region's security is completely restored.
General Onoja says the military in the month of May eliminated 317 terrorists and rescued 221 civilians during nationwide operations.
It shows a mixed bag of achievements. While there was a drop in terrorists who were neutralized, we can see a rise in those who were arrested. We also have more civilians who were rescued during the period, particularly in May, while more terrorists are also surrendering.
Meanwhile, in the Niger Delta, troops arrested 14 suspects, destroyed 3 illegal refining sites, and recovered 21,910 liters of stolen petroleum products. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Tuesday declared that Nigeria's difficult period of economic reforms is over. He said that the sacrifices of Nigeria of the past 3 years have yielded a more stable economy and that the country is now positioned as a preferred investment destination. In his Eid al-Kabir message to Muslim faithful in Nigeria and across the world, Tinubu links the sacrifice, which is at the heart of Salah, and the economic hardships Nigerians have endured under his administration's reform program. He declared that the reforms are now delivering results while acknowledging that terrorists and bandits continue to attack communities and pledged that they would be defeated. He said he remained confident that the reforms would continue to yield improved security and greater opportunities. On security, Tinubu acknowledged that insecurity persists in parts of the country, even after significant operational successes, including the recent joint Nigerian-U.S. elimination of the ISIS senior leader, Abu Bilal al-Manuki, in the Lake Chad Basin. He also used the message to call on religious and community leaders to pray for peace and for the country's leadership, and to extend charity to the less privileged during this celebration. And now the federal government has unveiled the digital switchover strategy aimed at unlocking a 605.2 billion naira advertising market, expanding nationwide television access and repositioning Nigeria's creative economy for regional export. The Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Charles Ibwebu, disclosed this during a joint press conference with Nigeria Communicators Satellite Limited in Abuja. ITV's Abigail Aderemi reports that Ibwebu noted that the Commission's new framework marks the first realistic attempt in years to complete Nigeria's long-delayed transition from analog to digital broadcasting.
The new framework is expected to transform how millions of Nigerians consume television while providing the financial backbone needed to project the country's creative industry to the global stage. Speaking, the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Charles Ibwebu, said the digital switch over through verifiable audience measurement would enable broadcasters and content creators to access new revenue streams.
We are not able to engage constructively on matters requiring decoders. What we're relying on right now are available decoders in the homes of people, right? And those already in the market. We cannot constructively go and engage. And I want to say it emphatically here that NBC has not placed an order for any box. We're respecting the court rules, and we will do that always.
We want to ensure that we leave no stone unturned, that every stakeholder understands the benefit of the DSO, that every stakeholder understands what the DSO is, that every stakeholder can see themselves in the big agenda that Nigeria has for the population using broadcasting.
Ibwebu dismissed concerns over affordability, noting that the proposed free TV platform would not require monthly subscription fees, while open standard DVB-S2 decoders are already available in the Nigerian market. He added that the launch of the new digital broadcasting framework has been scheduled for June 17, 2026, while the final analog switch-off has been fixed for December 31, 2028.
We have, with NatComSat, we have already put in an arrangement, right? First, the capacity we're paying for is 2 transponders, and it's growing, we're having a third one. So eventually, if it gets filled up, we've already had a discussion on what to do to get more people in by adding another transponder.
With a definitive timeline now set for the final analog switch-off, the federal government is betting big on the digital switch-over to revitalize Nigeria's media landscape. From Abuja, Abigail and Aderemi, ITV News.
We now connect with Wilson Omasho in our Benin studio for more reports. Over to you, Wilson.
Thanks a lot, Joyce, and welcome to our Benin studio. Moving on, Muslim faithful have been urged to reflect on the spiritual significance of the day of Arafat through fasting, prayers, and acts of charity ahead of the Eid al-Kabir celebration. The call was made by Islamic scholars, including the chief imam of Benin Central Mosque, Sheikh Abdul Fattah Nabulele, during reflection on the importance of Arafat in Benin City. Ofure Aneto reports.
Commenting on the significance of Arafat, the Islamic scholars describe the day of Arafat as the major pillar of Hajj and a special period for Muslims to seek forgiveness, pray, and draw closer to Allah. They said the day, which is the 9th day of the last month in the Islamic calendar, symbolizes unity, sacrifice, and devotion among Muslims across the world.
The 9th day in the month of Zulhijjah, the last one in the Islamic calendar, and every one of us are supposed to embark on fasting on this day, because it's the day of Arafat. Those who are going to Hajj will go to Mount Arafat to go and talk to God, beg God to forgive us all our shortcomings, our sins, and beg God to also grant us our future endeavors.
Arafat is believed by we as Muslims at the day Allah has perfected the religion of Islam. It marked the conclusion of Hajj, that any day Arafat fall, the next day will be Eid al-Adha.
Arafat, every Muslims, wherever you are, if you are okay health-wise, you are supposed to observe a fasting directed by Allah because that day called Arafat is very, very important to Allah.
To call Allah, to beg Allah, to pray to Allah, to do good things.
Arafat is the main pillar of Hajj, and it is being noted that anyone who misses the day of Arafat is as though persons did not perform Hajj.
A visit to the Eid prayer ground at Igbobaslo, Benin City ahead of the Eid al-Kabir celebration revealed that arrangements for the congregational prayers and other activities were already in place. From Benin, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
As to the celebration of Eid al-Kabir, also known as the Feast of Sacrifice in Islam, the round market in Warren Environs, Delta State is characterized by few customers, a situation traders attributed to low patronage, high inflation and exorbitant costs of transportation. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed, who visited the round market in Warri, reports.
A visit to round markets in Warri and Environs revealed that the market is scanty with a few customers. Some traders in Ram attributed the situation to bad roads, extension by touts, high cost of transportation, and coupled with the high exchange rate of the naira to foreign currencies. The traders complained of multiple share points on the highway. They said a ram, which sold for between 200,000 naira and 300,000 naira last year, is currently sold for between 500,000 naira and 850,000 naira, while a cow is sold for 1,500,000 naira, depending on the size.
Life now one. Yeah, I say the one you go market. I bet the sunlight don't come now, anything no move.
Transport, road no good, government, mother help us for the road, mother do the road. For not to carry more to reach here, 2 to 3 days, sometimes now 4 days.
Why do you make one with even the sell animal like that? Because even for not, Avengers warriors for the first thing. And go slow.
That's why they're high. And I'm making the able to go high. If it was low, the animal will go low. But now that's why we don't go up, and the animal will go off.
The traders appealed to the federal government to address multiple share points on the highway and repair roads in order to reduce the burden and hardship faced by traders. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
Edo State government says Governor Monday Okpebholo's administration will support initiative that will positively impact the younger generation in partnership with well-meaning Nigerians in giving back to the society. The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, stated this during a courtesy call by Edo State-born Nollywood actress Nancy Sime, who is in Edo State to participate in Children's Day celebration. Deborah Obeifun has details.
Ahead of the 2026 Children's Day celebration, Edo State-born Nollywood actress and media personality Nancy Isime visited Government House Benin City, where she was warmly received by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa. During the visit, the Deputy Governor reaffirmed the administration's commitment to promoting policies and programs geared towards the growth, protection, and overall development of the Edo child. He emphasized that investing in children remains a priority for the government, pointing out that education, talent development, and youth empowerment are critical to building a better future for the state.
On behalf of the Executive Governor of Edo State, I welcome you back home. First, I want to thank you for giving back to your dear state. You've been away for such a long time. Now, with this program, I believe the Children's Day is the 27th of May, and that is why you are here.
Addressing the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, the Nollywood actress Nancy Isime says she's in Edo State to contribute her quota towards the welfare and development of the children in the state. She said her visit to her home state is to motivate children expected to participate in the Children's Day celebration organized by Edo State government.
I'm very privileged to be a daughter of the soil. I do not take my heritage for granted. Putting this together and inviting me to sort of be the face of the Children's Day events holding at the Samuel Ogbegu Stadium If we say we want to change the world, it begins with children. Adults are already casting their ways. They've already learned what there is. But if we really want to make a change, we have to start from the ones whose minds are easy to learn.
On her entourage were the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Idite Bomoyi, a member representing Ovia Southwest and Ovia Northeast Constituency 2 in Edo State House of Assembly. In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
Arrangements have been perfected for the 2026 edition of ITV and Radio Children's Day celebration tagged Children's Peperepe set to hold at the corporate headquarters of the station, Glasshouse Airport Road in Benin City. The event, scheduled to commence by 11 a.m. on Wednesday, is expected to attract hundreds of children, parents and phone seekers from within and outside Benin City for a memorable Children's Day celebration. Patience Osaogiwa reports.
The celebration will feature a rich blend of entertainment, including music, dance performances, comedy, cultural displays, games, talent showcases, and lots of exciting gifts for children. Members of the planning committee, Mr. Emmanuel Kololoho, Mr. Larry Uzioma, and Mrs. Ella Brume, said the annual event is part of the station's commitment to celebrating children, encouraging creativity, and providing a platform for young talents to thrive in a friendly and entertaining atmosphere.
This year's event is going to take a very different dimension. We are going to do free ice cream for all the children from the various competitions I have put together to ensure that we are 13 and delight all these children. We have also ensured that there are a lot of gifts that these children will carry home.
And we are inviting everybody. We are inviting orphanages, we are inviting churches, we are inviting schools, everybody to get ready to celebrate these children. It's once in a year. It's not something that we joke with. Gate fee is just 1,000 naira to have the kind of fun that you want to have.
Come to Glasshouse Airport Road. The time is 11 a.m. Bring your children. Parents, don't leave your children at home because tomorrow is their day. Gate fee is 1,000 naira per person. Teachers are not left out to come and show how you can dance, and you still win fantastic prizes.
Parents and guardians have been urged to bring their children early to enjoy the fun-packed fiesta, which promises laughter, excitement, and unforgettable moments for every child in attendance. Children Peperepe 2026 is expected to reinforce ITV and Radio's tradition of promoting family entertainment and community bonding through quality programming and special events. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
If you just joined us, this is ITV News. We'll now move over to our Lagos studio where Mercelina Kwo is standing by. Mercy, over now to you.
Many thanks, Wilson, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. Lagos State Police Command says it has deployed over 10,000 officers and men ahead of this year's Eid-el-Kabir festival. The State Police Commissioner Tijani Fatai during a press said at the State Command said the police have neutralized another set of kidnappers at Ladipo Market. Agboje Korea has the details.
Briefing newsmen at the Police Command for the month under review, Lagos State Commissioner of Police Tijani Fatai said the achievements recorded are significant, saying that the command neutralized another set of kidnappers who attempted to kidnap a trader at Ladipo Market. The CP said the command arrested a cultist around Igondo area with a gun, self-kidnapped victim in Ikorodu, and several other criminals.
Intelligent operation. These are the remnants of the kidnappers that were neutralized the other time at Ladipo Market with the intention of kidnapping a billionaire businessman who lives around Festa. While on their way, they made their Waterloo, and 4 of them were neutralized.
The CP said the command has deployed over 10,000 police officers and men to ensure Hajj-free Eid-Kabir celebration. They urge residents to go about their lawful activities.
The period of the holidays and even beyond, not less than 10,000 policemen deployed across the state. If you look at it critically, we see that there has been visibility of policemen across the state, all over the place.
Items recovered from the suspects were 3 AK-47, 2 submachine guns, 1 revolver and short pistol, 3 locally made pistols, and several vehicles, amongst others. From Lagos, Agboje Horia, ITV News.
In another report, the Sector Commander Federal Road Safety Corps, Kehinde Hapsat, says it has deployed over 2,500 officers and men across the federal roads in the state to ensure safe roads during the Eid al-Kabir celebration. The state commander said the command deployed more men and equipment to Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, outward and inward Lagos, to free the usual traffic experience on the road during the festive period. Agboje Queria has the details.
Representative of the Corps Marshal, Malam Shehu Mohammed, ACM Joshua Ashaola, Sector Commander Kehinde Amzad, and Sector Commander Ogunjobi Damilari, officers and men, all on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to free the congested traffic.
Yes, we are here on Special Salah Patrol. We are here to ensure that there is free flow of traffic on the highway here, and we want to ensure that the motorists are having a free ride to their various destinations, irrespective of the market that is here. And as much as possible, we have deployed enough men to handle that.
The traffic, which was becoming heavy due to activities of sales of livestock at the popular Kara market, was cleared off hours after efforts by the Corps.
20 tow truck at one of my unit commands in Neba has been drafted such that if there is a bigger vehicle that will be involved in whatever each that will have, can easily remove it.
We are here to ensure free flow of traffic along these axes today.
The sector commander of both states advised motorists to drive safely. The sector commander Lagos State promised that the command is all out to ensure the safety of motorists during and after the Eid Kabir celebration. From Lagos, Agboje Korea, ITV News.
Moving on, traders of livestock in some marketplaces in Lagos State have lamented low patronage despite the reduction in prices of livestock, particularly rams. Some traders at one of the biggest ram markets in Lagos, Kara Markets, said they hardly make to have the number of rams brought from the north to the Eid celebration.
Ram is one of the cherished animals used during the Eid al-Kabir festival, hence the usual number of rams found on the market at this period. Commenting on the level of sales, a ram dealer Abdul Muhammad said patronage is low compared to the previous year despite reduction in price.
This market, no day for 300, 500, 700, 800, 1 million. Ram 1 million, no go found now 700,000. Money in Nigeria now. This country now.
Some customers at the market said, although the price of rams are relatively cheap, there is a paucity of funds.
The ram no cost. Because last year this was only 300,000. So now 250,000 now.
The federal government declared Wednesday 27th and Thursday 28th of May 2026 as public holiday for the Salah celebration. From Lagos, Messalina Umpo, ITV News.
This is ITV's main news. We now take a break. More reports when we return. To stay.
Thanks a lot for staying tuned. Palm growers and millers in Irion community who the local government area of Edo State have accused the Ojonwe of the community and some persons of allegedly frustrating farming activities and obstructing efforts to expand palm cultivation in the area. The farmers appealed to the Edo State government, the palace of the Oba of Benin and all the relevant authorities to intervene in the matter. Ofure Aneto reports.
Members of palm growers and millers said they came together to promote agriculture and improve their economic well-being through palm cultivation and processing in the community. They alleged that the Odion way of the community and some youth prevented members from planting improved palm seedlings recently purchased from Okomu, claiming there was a directive against such activities.
They went to form Land Grabbers Association, although not registered, under the leadership of our present Odion way. They harass us here and there, every day, every time.
We have mail. We know how many people that are working on the house. So government should please help us in that way, so that these people, they will not come and destroy our palms.
Now, when they have seen the progress, they said they want development and they want to uproot everything.
The farmers said the situation discourages agricultural development and appealed to Edo State government and traditional authorities to intervene in the interest of peace and economic progress in the community.
We are appealing to the state government and the federal government who encourage people to go into agriculture to help us.
And this banga we want plant for our land, where we inherit for our papa. Now it make me come cry to government, make government come. We not get where would they go.
A widow ehi. Eya we are here mo e caterpillar la mogbo ni ayavulo medikwa. Walaho. Wa gin abolo me ekwa.
Reacting to the allegations on behalf of the Odion way, the Okaigele of Irihon community, Comrade Eigiato Saze, denied the claims, affirming the community's position on the matter.
The report we had that the Okaigele and the Odion way want to uproot the economical crops away from the community is not true.
From Irihon community in Umuode local government area of Edo State, Ofure and Neta, ITV News.
Residents and property owners in Obazua community have been notified of an upcoming land and property verification exercise organized by the community leadership. Ikpamosa Ugiagbe reports.
The land and property verification exercise announced by the elders of Obazua community of Ekanwa Road in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State is aimed at verifying and authenticating ownership documents of lands and properties within the community. According to the community leaders, all property owners, land buyers and developers are expected to submit their relevant documents for screening and confirmation. The leadership emphasized that only properties successfully verified and authenticated by the community will be officially recognized. The verification exercise is scheduled to run from Wednesday, May 20 to August 20, 2026 between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. daily at the community town hall. The announcement was jointly signed by the Odion way of Obazua community, Pa Roland Aimwamusa Onyemese, and General Secretary Mr. Peter Obakina Aisosa, and the Okaigele of Obazua, Comrade Idahosa Nusahai. For further inquiries, residents are advised to contact the provided community phone lines. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Positioned to serve individuals, organizations, and the growing automobile needs of residents in Benin City and its environs, Diverse Automobile Hub and CNG Conversion Center has been inaugurated. The world-class facility established by Group Chairman Diverse Auto Care Center, Engineer Greg Ubaifun, is aimed at providing modern automobile solutions, promoting cleaner energy alternatives through CNG conversion services, and creating employment opportunities for residents. Jaladojo reports.
Government functionaries, stakeholders in the automobile, transport, energy, business and social sectors, including the Managing Director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, alongside heads of security agencies, gathered for the inauguration of Diverse Automobile Hub and CNG Conversion Center in Benin City. Chairman of Diverse Automobile Hub, Engineer Greg Ogbefun, said the establishment of the facility was driven by the desire to create job opportunities.
I came to create a point where I realized that there wasn't much on the ground for our youths. And that is why we are here to commission this initiative that is going to attract other investors to come into the state.
Special Guest of Honor and Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Gas, Right Honorable Ekperipe Ekpo, said the project aligns with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration.
This facility is more than Automobile Convention Center. It is a practical demonstration of private sector confidence.
Representing Edo State Governor, the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, commended the founder of the facility for establishing such a significant investment in Edo State.
You looked at Edo and you saw potential and you invested. On behalf of a grateful state, I say thank you.
High point of the event was the inauguration of the state-of-art facility and plaque unveiling.
On behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the diverse automobile hub, Benin City, was commissioned to the glory of God.
Located at Kilometer 6, Sapele Road, Benin City, Diverse Automobile Hub and CNG Conversion Center integrates innovative automobile solutions including a CNG conversion workshop, electric vehicle charging station, and quick service station. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
We will go on a break. We'll be right back. The Redeemed Assemblies has celebrated its 18th anniversary with a special Thanksgiving service attended by representatives from different branches across the world. The week-long event themed Sweet Fellowship was held at the church headquarters in London. ITV UK correspondent Rosalind Evorame reports.
The headquarters of the Redeemed Assemblies in London came alive with joyful celebrations as members from different parishes around the world gathered to worship and thank God for 18 years of growth, impact, and divine faithfulness. The week-long anniversary service attracted worshippers from different cultural backgrounds, praising God in their various dialects. In a sermon, the guest preacher from Nigeria, Pastor Dr. Olu Johnson, charged members to remain steadfast and focused, noting that greater blessings and opportunities lie ahead for the church.
This 18th anniversary of this ministry is going to bring honor into your marriage. Amen. God is a God of honor. He lives in honor.
Pastors from various international branches expressed gratitude to God for the spiritual growth and unity recorded over the years.
God has been faithful throughout this year. Our word watch is that marriage will work.
Thank God for what God is using the Redeemed Assembly to do in London and in all over the world.
The Redeemed Assembly is a church to belong.
Speaking on the journey so far, the vision bearer, Apostle Sunday Iyi, appreciated God for his grace, protection, and unwavering support upon the ministry since its inception.
God had not forsaken us, but God in his own mercy and grace will always continue to see us through every adversity.
The gospel will be pushed to every city in the globe.
The celebration also featured choir administration, drama presentation, testimonies, and performances by children.
The Redeemed Assemblies, founded in the United Kingdom, has 40 branches across the globe, including in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Switzerland, Italy, France, among others. From Old Kent Road, London, Rosalind Evorame, ITV News.
A grassroots mobilizer and aspirant to the just concluded All Progressives Congress primaries for the Edo West constituency seat in the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Dan Izeyamu, has called on his supporters to remain calm, united and loyal to the party, stressing that the party's decision must be respected in every democratic process. Patience Osaogiwa reports that the politician expressed appreciation to his supporters for their unwavering solidarity and commitment throughout the primaries, while dismissing allegations that he accepted money to step down for another aspirant.
The ancestral home of Honorable Dan Ize-Iyamu was filled with party faithful and supporters who gathered to reaffirm their support following the outcome of the All Progressives Congress primaries for Edo State House of Assembly election. Addressing the gathering, Honorable Dan Ize-Iyamu dismissed rumors alleging that he stepped down for another aspirant, describing the claims as baseless and politically motivated attempts to tarnish his image and reputation. He maintained that the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, remains the leader of the party in the state and insisted that reports claiming he collected money to withdraw from the race were false.
With all due loyalty and honor to my party, APC, through the instruction of the governor that we should take form, that we should wait, that he's going to call us and convey a meeting and he's going to give us the form. I've stood by that, I took that to heart. With all honesty, I wasn't called for a meeting, but anyway, the party has its own principle, its own policy.
Honorable Dan Ize-Iyamu urged his supporters to remain steadfast and continue working for the success of all APC candidates.
There's always another day. I know, as my supporters, we might feel very disappointed because due to the outcome of the process. But nevertheless, I still have the slogan, "War will be, war me." Yes, we are part of the mission. We have that mission and vision to what due politics is in Ward 10. And I've shown capacity, I've shown resilience, I've shown the fact that we can do it. And I believe we shouldn't be intimidated in anything we do in any way. APC is our party. I remain committed, I remain loyal, I'm going to remain the party. So I thank God Almighty and may God bless us and bless everyone for their support.
The philanthropist and politician added that his decision to venture into politics was driven by his passion to contribute meaningfully to legislation and the development of Edo State. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Ms. Bosa Vivian Odufa, representing Auchi, has emerged winner of the 2026 Miss Edo International Beauty Pageant after polling 22,180 digital votes. Ms. Odufa was crowned the new Miss Edo International Queen at the grand finale held on Sunday at the Sir Victor Wifo Creative Hub along Airport Road in Benin City. Joy Obaisiagbon reports that the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, was among several dignitaries who graced the event.
The 5th edition of the Miss Edo International Beauty Pageant, themed Beyond the Crown, featured fashion exhibitions, cultural displays, entertainment, networking, and award presentations. Founder of the pageant, Ms. Debbie Benson, said the initiative has, over the past 4 years, focused on mentoring and empowering young girls across Edo State to become better versions of themselves.
Miss Edo International is more than a pageant. It is a platform that raises a nobody to be a somebody.
You should leverage on this opportunity because it's a very rare opportunity.
We will not begin to re-engineer the talks of young becoming female folks.
A platform of this nature, if supported, there is narrative which has over the years been wrongly expressed as regards the Edo woman and the trip to Rome. This would be a very veritable way to rewrite that narrative in a positive direction.
The 18 contestants, drawn from the 3 senatorial districts of Edo State and representing the Benin, Esa, and Esako ethnic groups, competed in areas including poise, intellects, character, and digital voting. The top 5 finalists were contestants representing Ekpoma, Idogbo, Oedo, Auchi, and Ubiajawan. At the end of the competition, Ms. Vivian Odufa of Auchi, headquarters of Esako West Local Government Area, emerged winner of the converted crown. She also went home with a Lexus car, landed property, endorsement deals, and cash prizes.
I'm just a young girl that dares to dream. I did not know that I can do this. Thank you so much for supporting my dream. I'm so happy.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We will take a break. We'll be right back. Mr. Mrs. Friday Uzo and Neuzo, who recently formalized their union, have celebrated their wedding reception with family members, friends, and well-wishers in Benin City. The colorful event took place at the University of Benin Indoor Sports Complex, Ubowo, and attracted guests from within and outside Edo State. Jonah Omowa reports.
The University of Benin Indoor Sport Complex, Ugbo, Benin City, came alive with celebration as guests gathered to witness the grand entrance of the newly couple, Mr. Friday Uzo and his wife, Uzo Nwanem Uzo, officially ushering in the reception ceremony. The event featured goodwill messages and heartfelt congratulations from friends, family members, and associates who wished the couple a happy and successful married life.
He that findeth a wife findeth a good thing will locate them in their marriage. Protection of their Lord will be their portion. They will grow from grace to grace. Their marriage will lift them up and never bring them down.
So I pray that God will give them long life. Bless them with the fruit of the womb.
Guests were entertained with music, dancing, and other exciting activities, creating a joyful atmosphere throughout the occasion. Speaking during the ceremony, the couple expressed gratitude to God Almighty, their families, friends, and guests who took time out of their busy schedule to celebrate with them.
I am happy, very, very happy. It's a fulfilled day for me, for seeing it come to pass. So I appreciate God Almighty.
I told God one thing, that if I can do my wedding, which didn't really happen today, I say may His name may be highly exalted. And also want to thank each and everyone that have come today from far and near to come and celebrate with me. I also want to acknowledge the presence of my husband. I pray that Almighty God will reward him.
The highlight of the reception was the cutting of the wedding cake, symbolizing love, unity, and togetherness.
J-E-S-U-S, Jesus. Put your hands together.
From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And up next is sports with Olokpe Oguntimei.
Southampton FC and Royal Antwerp have announced the death of former academy player Victor Udo at the age of 21. Udo spent 6 months in Saints Academy from February 2025, featuring in 8 games for the under-21 side in Premier League 2. Before his move to the south coast of England, he played in Belgian side Antwerp's academy and made 28 appearances in their first team. After leaving Southampton in September, the Nigerian left winger joined Czech's second-tier side, Cesc Bodijovic. We are devastated by the tragic passing of former player Victor Udo at the age of 21. Southampton posted on X. The thoughts of everyone at the club go out to Victor's loved ones at this extremely difficult time. And in France, Naomi Osaka continue our tradition of jaw-dropping looks at the majors with an outfit that sparkles like the Eiffel Tower at night at the French Open. Osaka arrived on court Susan Langley with a black corset and cascading pleated skirt that swept dramatically over the red clay. Underneath the moody ensemble, Osaka wore a glittering gold tennis dress with a sequence reflecting the scorching Paris sun. The 4-time Grand Slam champion also shone on court as she beat Germany's Laura Sigmund 6-3, 7-6 to reach the second round. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Toluwapo Ogutime.
And that's where sports meets with fashion. Well, with that report, we come to the end of ITV Main News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I get you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, not here. Where's it? What's my dear? Is it? Comment c'est papa de voici quoi voici
ça m'a toqué
ici
oh ça m'a toqué
Wayagi ma pome samane Wayagi ma pome samane
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your Edion, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a cocoa, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you? Ah, Papa. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa maboma. Awe buwe dine. Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa kiwada. Isewa. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Bawi kwa de wuna no mase wuna kwa yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Ogero, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will update you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I'm very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawesu Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Ebuna zima Odion Obala zima Odion Manawe Mahari Esama Odion na Nimado Kpom Esama Nimado Gbeken Esama Emana Odion Wawe na Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyobi Tuane Aba Nogetoni Maga Not Yami Magame Manido Bekene Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpai Wudori Ima Adia Wogene all the Tiagmoyano Emi Magame we need just to know me afar
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full right to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
World Hypertension Day is observed every year on May 17, and it's part of Hypertension Awareness Month. And this was started by the World Hypertension League in 2005. Then the theme for this year is Controlling Hypertension Together. Check your blood pressure regularly. Defeat the silent killer. And the focus is on collective action. Individuals, families, health workers, government at all levels, everybody should play their role in controlling hypertension. My name is Adesuwa Sawage, and it is with pleasure that I bring to set two consultants in the business of talking to your heart. They are cardiologists, consultant cardiologists, and they are here to talk to us about hypertension. Yesterday was the day set aside, but today we will celebrate it on air with you, for you to know that this thing called the silent killer is not here to joke with you, okay? And it's not something you can take on the face level. So join me as I make welcome Dr. Aisasa Ogbomo, consultant cardiologist from the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Hello, Doctor.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
You look good. You look like my sister. Are we related somehow? All right. I have Dr. Akinwumi Ojo, is also a consultant cardiologist from the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Dr. Akinwumi, it's a pleasure to have you join us today.
Thank you very much, Adesua. Thank you.
All right. We look at this hypertension at face value. So we want to know quite a number of things, because from the little research I made, I discovered that hypertension affects an estimated 1.4 billion people globally and is the leading preventable cause of premature death. So doctors, why is hypertension called the silent killer?
Correct. Thank you very much. So today we talk about hypertension.
Yes.
Being a silent killer, and that's even one of our major thing we are talking about, because silent killer means it doesn't give you any sign. It doesn't give you any symptoms. You feel that you are fine. You go about your day-to-day activities thinking that you are perfect, but the blood pressure is there, and if you don't check, you will not know. Some people say they feel some things when their blood pressure is high, but most of the time there is no sign, there is no symptoms. You are not aware. Blood pressure is high, you go about your day-to-day activities. When something now happens, develop maybe a chest pain, difficulty in breathing, and that time is already getting too late. So it's silent because it doesn't give you any sign, doesn't give you any symptoms, and BP is high. If you don't check, you will not know.
So Dr. Aisasa, is it not possible for one to just know? You know, when you have a headache, you know you have headache. Yeah. When you have pains anywhere, you know you have pains. How come one cannot know if he or she has hypertension until you go and check? Are there no signs? Are there no symptoms?
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, at the time one begins to have any symptoms or signs from hypertension, that tells you there's already a complication, either the patient is already having a stroke, or that stroke exhibiting itself in form of facial weakness or facial deviation, arm weakness, slurred speech, all right? Or patient is coming down with difficulty with breathing, pictures of heart failure, leg swelling, or is already having complication of kidney failure. So that may be the first time the patient may be noticing that he or she has hypertension. That is why we have come to preach today that as many of us as are listening to us right now, find the nearest health facility and get your blood pressure checked. You don't need to wait for any symptom to develop or complication before we now start running helter-skelter. Because many of those complications are usually terrible. For example, imagine a patient who has chronic kidney disease, has to go through hemodialysis. Apart from the cost, the financial implication, the trauma, the psychological trauma for the patient involved, the family, is just, that's why we're preaching prevention. They usually say the slogan that prevention is better than cure. So hypertension usually is most times asymptomatic.
Okay, let's look at causes of hypertension. Dr. Akinwumi.
Okay, when we talk about causes of hypertension, as we said, in more than 90 to 95% of cases, hypertension has no cause. That we call essential hypertension.
No cause at all?
No cause at all. In more
Nothing triggers it.
90 to 95% of cases, hypertension has no cure. The other word for that is essential or primary hypertension. It's just the remaining 5 to 10% that could be due to an underlying causes like kidney problems, thyroid problems, disease with the adrenal glands or so. So just from the minority, 5 to 10%, but the majority, there is no cause. What we have are risk factors, things that if you have it, you have a tendency of having high blood pressure. Things like the fact that we have black race, for example, is a risk factor. In fact, the fact that you're a male gender is a risk factor because it's actually commoner in males. The fact that you are obese, it's a risk factor. The fact that maybe you have high blood sugar, high cholesterol, those are risk factors. So what we have is a risk factor for hypertension. In more than most cases of hypertension, 90 to 95%, there is no cause.
Okay, Dr. Sosa, is hypertension hereditary?
Well, we can't exactly call it hereditary, but we can use the term familial, meaning it tends to run in families. Most times patients present to us in the hospital with hypertension. Well, I find out most of them have a positive family history of hypertension. But we can't exactly say it's hereditary. This is the gene that is associated with hypertension, no. But it tends to run in families. Yes.
So when it runs in families, it's a cause for concern?
Yes.
So, like, you know, sometimes they will say, nowadays, before we used to hear that, oh, hypertension, old man disease, old woman disease. But now you find young ones coming down with that ailment. What could be responsible?
I even have 18-year-olds.
18?
I have patients, 18-year-olds, and they are on antihypertensives. I've seen 40-year-old patients come to me, I'm like, I'm only 40 years old, my grandmother is 90, and she's not hypertensive. Yes, the risk factors are there now, ranging from our diet to our lifestyle. For example, we are now more sedentary. If you look at the family in the evening, daddy, mommy, and the children were all glued to our phones or were glued to one screen or the other. But in those days when we were growing up, we'll be running around the compound, running around the area, you know, exercising ourselves in one way or the other. It's not like that anymore. And right now, the kind of things that we eat, that we're exposed to, the kind of food, we're more likely to eat processed food, salty foods, high cholesterol foods. All these are risk factors. Then other risk factors, I don't know, all these energy drinks, alcohol, cigarette smoking, they are seen like normal, it's like a normal thing in this recent generation. So I think some of these things are responsible for, and another thing that we also tend to forget is consumption of herbal medicines that we're not really sure the constituents. Many people are taking medications, we don't know what's inside, what is in the medicine, and they're taking those herbs not prescribed, and they can actually damage the kidney and cause issues. And you know, most patients that have
you know somebody will tell you that those herbal medicine have been there from time, and they have been using it before orthodox medicine. So why are doctors saying it is not scientific proof, all of that? You know?
Yes, there are two schools of, for example, when my grandmother was there, she would squeeze Saint leaf and stuff like that, you know, squeeze bitter leaf here and there. But there are some herbs that they are taking, you don't know the constituents. They just give you a concoction, and most of them are alcohol based. of which excess alcohol too can also cause one's blood pressure or increase the cardiovascular risk. So you just have people swallowing, drinking different concoctions. You are not sure what's in there. For example, if I prescribe acetaminophen or paracetamol, I can tell you the dose is 1 gram 3 times a day for 3 days. I can tell you the side effects. I can tell you all those things. But for those herbs, most times, you can't really tell.
They tell you. We listen to them on television radio, and then they say, this one, you take it 3 times daily. No. You measure it like this. They give you particular measuring cup.
Yeah, there's what they call evidence-based medicine. That's what we're practicing.
Okay, let's leave that now. Dr. Akiwumi, how does hypertension relate to cardiac arrest? What is the relationship between hypertension and cardiac arrest? And Dr. Asosa, you mentioned something about stroke, so you also tell us how hypertension relates to stroke. At what point does it lead to stroke? So Dr. Akiwumi, yours first.
All right, thank you very much. So when we talk about cardiac arrest, we say sudden cessation in cardiac function. Now, before hypertension will lead to cardiac arrest, there will be a pathway. It's not just a straightforward something.
Okay.
Somebody must have been hypertensive for a long time, develop complications of this hypertension, possibly heart failure, or possibly what we call heart attack commonly, which is ischemic heart disease. That is, the vessels that supplies the heart are blocked as a result of uncontrolled hypertension. So that is the pathway through which hypertension can cause cardiac arrest. It's not a straightforward. So it has to cause a complication first. It's those complications that can now, which is not well managed, that can now cause cardiac arrest. So that's the pathway.
Okay, Dr. Asosa, before you answer, we'll take a very short break. Very short break. When we come back, you give us your answer and we'll continue.
All right,
thank you. Thank you for joining us again on the program Healthy Living on Independent Television. And I'm still here with Dr. Akiwumi and Dr. Asosa. So, Dr. Asosa, answer the question I asked before the break.
All right, thank you very much. We're talking about the relationship between hypertension and stroke. Hypertension, I can say, is the commonest cause of stroke. All right, is the commonest cause of stroke. And how will you identify stroke in a patient? We say FAST, F-A-S-T. F standing for facial deviation, A standing for arm weakness, either the upper limbs and lower limbs, all right, and then patient may have slurred speech. And when the patient has features, you see these features in a patient, you should not suspect this patient may be having a stroke, and you need to act fast because time is brain. The earlier you act on that patient, the better. And there are 2 types of stroke. There's a type of stroke where the blood pressure is so high and the patient bleeds into the brain. That's called a hemorrhagic stroke. But there's another type of stroke where it's like there's an occlusion of the blood supply to a particular region or section of the brain. That is called an ischemic stroke. So when that happens and you get to the hospital, they will run brain scans quickly to know which type of stroke the patient is having, and then they know what to do. So that stroke is one of the most dreaded complications of hypertension, because you can imagine a patient who has a stroke, who has had weakness of his upper and lower limb, having to use a wheelchair, having to depend on relatives to move around. It's just better to prevent than wait for it to occur before we run helter-skelter. But in the event that such a thing happens, get to the health facility as soon as possible because time is brain.
Okay, Dr. Asosa, you've just described something that would usually take many people first to their pastors, to the church, instead of running to the hospital for treatment. It is always spiritual attack, they throw and give arm, all of that and all of that. Doctor, please, all of these misconceptions, can you talk to somebody out there on it?
All right, thank you very much. This is very important. The first thing I want to say is that part of what we are discussing this year in World Hypertension Day is that we are looking at how our communities, community leaders, pastors, imams can actually help us in order to control hypertension, because these people are people that are well placed in society, people believe in them, people go to them. So we're also calling upon them to also help us to fight hypertension in terms of giving right information to your people that are under you, either your congregation or your, as the case may be. For example, this case we are talking about, somebody has a stroke, as we have said, it's something that is sudden, and that kind of case, treatment must commence immediately. So the time of going to the pastor, going to the imam, the damage in the brain is already going on. So instead of doing that, it is just to come to the hospital so that doctors can actually start treatment on time. the earlier we start treatment, the better. So any form of heart confusion we talked about, or hypertension-related confusion we talked about, either is MI, either is heart failure, either is stroke, either is kidney problem, the earlier we start treatment, the better. So the right place to come is the hospital, where prompt treatment can be started. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Akume. Dr. Esosam, what is this 1 or 2 or 3 misconceptions you will want to correct today as far as hypertension is concerned?
Okay, well, one of them is that you don't need to wait to have headache or to feel anything before you know whether you have hypertension. Hypertension can actually be asymptomatic. And another thing, some people will say, oh, yes, they told him or her that, oh, the blood pressure was high, he has taken his medicines, blood pressure is now normal, so there's no need for him or her to take his medicines anymore. The answer, that is not correct. The blood pressure is controlled because you are on medicines. So when someone who is hypertensive is taking his medicines and suddenly stops taking his medicine, for example, you can have rebound hypertension. All right, so you don't suddenly stop taking your medicines because you don't feel anything. You don't necessarily need to feel anything. So that blood pressure at that time is controlled because you are taking your meds. Hypertension cannot be cured. Hypertension is controlled or managed. All right, so if the person suddenly stops taking his medicines and he knows it's hypertensive, the blood pressure can suddenly rise, leading to these complications that are dreaded. So we advise that even if your blood pressure is well controlled, you should continue taking your medicines. However, there are some patients who are taking their antihypertensives and their blood pressure begins to go below what we expect. That is why it's advised that apart from you don't just take your medicines and sit at home, you should go for a routine checkup. If the blood pressure is too high, we add more medicines or increase the dose for better blood pressure control. If we also notice that the blood pressure is below what we want it to be, we can taper off the medicines gradually. So don't just take your medicines and like I'm taking my drugs and I don't know. You must also go for follow-up so that we know when to increase the dose of your medicines, we know when to reduce, and we also know when to maintain. Then another thing, hypertension is not just all about drugs, all right? Hypertension is not all about drugs. There's what we call the DASH diet, dietary approach to stopping hypertension. Some people whose blood pressure are like the new classification of hypertension are beginning to introduce things like pre-hypertension and all that. That is those who are having blood pressure 130/80 to less than 140/90. Their blood pressure is not yet maybe high enough to start antihypertensives. But if we do not catch this group of people early, they will tip into frank hypertension. So what we do for them, we give them advice. We say stop taking, cut down on alcohol, stop cigarette smoking, reduce the salt in your foods, exercise regularly, take a portion of fruits every day, take a portion of vegetables every day, cut down on fatty foods, on high cholesterol foods, exercise regularly. These little things will be able to drop the blood pressure even by as high as 5 millimeters of mercury. Wow. So hypertension is not all about drugs.
Lifestyle is involved in all of this.
We start with lifestyle modification. If lifestyle modification fails, then we begin to introduce our antihypertensives. Then there's another thing. People believe that, oh, I don't want to start these BP drugs. If I start these BP drugs, I will now be addicted to the drugs and I will have to take it for life. I've had patients ask me this question. You're taking the antihypertensive is not the reason why your blood pressure is high. The blood pressure was high and then we had to introduce antihypertensive. So it's not the antihypertensive that is the culprit. Okay. The antihypertensive is there to maintain your blood pressure. And some see it as a death sentence. Oh, I'm going to have to take medicines for life. Yes. You're taking your medicines, you are okay, you're able to go to work, you're able to live your daily life, and you're able to prevent dreaded complications like heart failure, heart attack, chronic kidney disease, stroke. Prevention is better than cure. Because you know, yes.
Let me come to Dr. Akinwumi now. Thank you so much, Dr. Esosam. She mentioned salt. I want to ask you 2 questions in one. At what point does salt destroy somebody's at what point does salt contribute to somebody's ailment when it comes to treating hypertension? That's one. And then number 2, we've also been told that there are some drips people give in the hospital that contain salt, like the saline water and all of that. You don't want somebody to take salt. You are giving somebody salt. So, doctor, just Walk us through that part in the next 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good questions. So the first thing is about salt. The medically recommended level of salt. Salt contains sodium chloride to be taken per day is actually less than 5 grams. Okay. While the sodium to be taken per day should be less than 2.4 grams.
How do we measure
how do we measure the test? That's the next question. So what we usually say is that a teaspoon, a level teaspoon content of salt should be what you should take in a day.
Okay.
That means in a day means that your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner should be spread across that level teaspoon. So if you are the one that cook at home, you're able to measure that correctly.
I'm looking at myself in my kitchen
if you are the one that you are the one that eat from restaurants, you take a burger, take this one, jollof fries, so it will be difficult to be able to achieve that. So generally, that is the level that is expected. And if you are hypertensive, we have to be stricter with this sodium control, because the more the sodium, the more the blood pressure. In fact, one of the things we are trying to introduce now these days, in a bit to combat this, that we are now trying to introduce what we call potassium-rich salt. Instead of sodium, we are putting potassium. Potassium is coming to substitute for sodium. There are some salts in the market that contain that. We have some in our clinics that people used to bring to us. That is better for someone that is hypertensive than taking sodium with salt. So that is that about that. So sodium have to come down, especially if doctors have told you that you're hypertensive. Your sodium consumption must come down. So talking about the drips, before we can put a drip for a patient, there must be a reason. Maybe somebody is vomiting, somebody is not eating orally, and those kind of things. So we now know that this person would need. I don't put drips for someone that if you are eating, you are taking water. Why must I give you drips? Okay. So for someone that is very sick, you cannot take orally. So we are using the drip to substitute what the person needs as his daily requirement. And some of these, like this normal saline you talked about, the amount of sodium, the amount of chloride in normal saline is the same concentration with the amount of sodium, amount of chloride in the blood.
Okay,
so it is a normal, so there's no cause for alarm. It's not higher. It's not higher than what it's in the blood. So you're just giving it.
In just say 10 seconds, Dr. Esesa, can you round up now?
All right, thank you very much. Wherever you're listening to us, I advise you get to the nearest health facility, get your blood pressure checked, get your parents' blood pressure checked, your brothers, your sisters, your friends, and your colleagues. Encourage them to check their blood pressure and live longer.
Okay, Dr. Akiyomi.
Thank you very much. My appeal is that all of us together, whether you're hypertensive, or you have someone that is hypertensive, or you are a church pastor, imam in a mosque, community leaders, all of us, government officials, let's join hands together to control hypertension. Prevention is better than cure.
Thank you. I have a good heart. That's nice. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being part of the show. We'll see you again on Thursday, and that will be on radio at 3:15 p.m. Do well to join us, and you'll be able to ask all the questions you couldn't ask today about hypertension. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imagedion, Orero, Obesni Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello, viewers.
viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So many issues is currently affecting Nigeria. We're going to be talking about the political aspect of it, the issue of defection by party members, especially when we know that momentums are already being gathered for the 2027 presidential election. Now, talking about defection by party members, let's look at the impact it's going to be having on the presidential election come 2027, especially now that some party members are already being tagged serial defector of their political parties. And so let's go talk to some of our respondents and hear what they have to say and what their reactions will be like. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
The normal thing actually is you can only defect when there is trouble in your party. But many people since have been moving even when there's no trouble anywhere, and it's like we have allowed it to flow. Especially this time that elections coming, those who do not get nomination in one party want to move immediately to the next party where they can get nomination. I think that's what's causing it. It's not. I think it's because we really don't have strong democracy inside each political party. But with time, all this is we are on. It's a normal thing, I think. Not normal, it's a usual thing. Take, for example, ADC. ADC was very strong, was building up. But Obi has left, has moved to NDC. People are thinking, what happened in Labour Party with the obedience will happen in NDC. They're all moving there. That has already affected the balance. But the problem is people are forgetting that obedience is not really as strong as it used to be. Then it was a conglomeration of very angry youths plus very angry church. Now the churches have gone back to their respective churches. The youths, after they introduced the student loan, that broke that, and it can't be as it used to be. But I think that's the reason a lot of people are moving to NDC to see if that kind of revolution will take place. But unfortunately, there is no time. Elections less than 9 months.
It's the voters' mindset.
It will not affect because in the past 5 years, voters have actually turned from voting for parties to voting for individuals. So if we know you, even if you go to from OOP to PPO, we will follow you to PPO. That's what's happening with Obi now. People with that revolution think Obi is very popular, which is not true. They think anywhere he goes, there will be a build-up. The reason everybody is moving to NDC is because of Obi. If he comes back now to AGC, I'm sure they will come back with him. So people since have stopped voting for political parties, but voting for individuals. It doesn't matter where they go to, they will follow.
I call them political marauders. A situation whereby their political party or the political hemisphere is no longer favorable to them, they tend to continually to maraud, to migrate or decamp to other political parties, to, so to say, to seek for greener pastures, to satisfy their political greed or their political career. Because in Nigeria settings, politicians does not have ideology. The only thing they believe is satisfying their political career. So when party A is no longer favorable to them, will no longer suit their political interests, they tend to move to other political parties which they feel will be more favorable to them. And to me, personally, I don't see them as serious persons, because if you cannot stay in party A to fight for the ideology of that political party and you feel it does not favor your political career, you now move to another political party. I don't take such persons serious. And I wonder how they're continually using that means to manipulate the electorate. They don't know, majority of our electorate don't know that these politicians are not out there to satisfy the interest or to fight for the interest of the masses. Rather, they are only there to satisfy their own interest. To me, it will not have any negative impact on the election, so to say, because there are procedural processes for INEC to conduct the election, and any political party or politician that decamp and do not meet up with those criteria will automatically be disqualified. So that is my own take. In the last presidential election, first time in the history, I supported Peter Obi because of the perception we have about his personality. But when he could not hold on to the party that Nigeria projected him through, when he could not stand up to fight for his mandate, personally, I now see him as someone who is not a serious politician and should not be taken serious. If to an election is just 2027 and 2026, you are still looking for a political party you want to decamp to. You are not a serious politician. I don't know if Nigerians see or reason the way I do. So personally, I don't take politicians serious. And those that are decamping from one party to another to seek for greener pastures or to protect their political interests should not as well be taken serious. And I also want to call INEC. There are laid down rules and regulations and procedural processes of decamping from one particular political party to another. It's most especially when there are crises in that political party. Any politician that leaves his political party when there are no crisis or when there is no crisis in such political party should not be allowed or should be disqualified by the INEC when they not meet up the criterion at which he's supposed to decamp. So Nigerians should look forward to politicians who have the interests of people at heart, not those that jump or decamp from one particular, political party to another to suit their political philosophy.
We are aware of the diversion from our own party. Let me speak on that because that is what I know. To other party like this new party, NDDC, or the NDC. You know, we see it as an opportunity for us to consolidate more in our party ADC. You know, some people may see that it's having effect on us, but for me, it does not have effect because I speak with you. Some of them who went to NDC today, I'm holding meetings with them. They are coming back again to ADC. That is to tell you that probably they've seen that the expectation that they wanted to get it, they didn't get it. So for me, ADC is a party to beat. It's not a one-man party, maybe like an obedient, which people that believe in Obi are following Obi, or like Kwankwaso, people that believe in Kwankwaso, the Kwankwasoya movement, they are following it. This is coalition. It is all political parties that came together. You can see the number of people, the caliber of people at the top, at the ADC level. You see that they are from different parties. National Rufai is there, APC. Rego Sola is there, APC. PDP is there, David Maguj, our national chairman. Other persons, Article 2 are from PDP. So it's a coalition. We have both Labour, ABGA. So we are not worried, you know what I'm saying, with the defection. So those, as you are going, people are coming in. So it's just like that. This has been in this existence. You know what I'm saying? Even before we coalition. But coalition have made it unknown now because we came together and agreed that let's join together to be able to fight or rescue Nigeria from the hands of the ruling party. So that's it. So we are good to go. The only thing I would love to say here is that APC, we know they are a ruling party. You understand what I'm saying? But they should be able to, you know, give a level playground for this election so that if you are popular, you know what I'm saying, it's those that want you to, they want you, that will vote for you, but if you are not popular, they won't. So the issue of coming and say, but I don't want to speak this, you know, rather say this, you know, unequivocally, that it is not by, you know, trying to make threats that will scare people from, you know, coming to this, coming to contest. We, ADC, we are not worried about any threats. We are not worried about any, you know, statement issued by the ruling party. But all we need to want to let them know that, as far as this election is concerned, it is all of us that is going to this contest, and there is nobody that left his head at home. As I'm standing here, my head is with me. So they are also standing wherever they are, their head is with them. So we want a level playground. We want to use this opportunity to beg all political parties that are going for this election that we should all come together and be able to go to the contest without rancor. those that like you or those that want you to represent them, they will vote for you. It's not by harassment or trying to threaten people. So that is my appeal. And I want to also let the entire citizens of Edo State to know that they should choose the best person they know that can represent them, both in the presidential election, Senate, House of Rep, and House of Assembly. This is my advice for them.
The incessant gale of defamation is common in every electioneering circle. That is fueled by the fact that we still have the same old breed of politicians being recycled year in, year out. And even furthermore, by the fact that we are bereaved of political philosophy, our political system, there's no ideological inclination. It was just almost same set of people, same set of parties, but different names. You will be shocked to find out that the same political ideology that governs APC is that same for PDP. Well, we are not ideologically inclined, unlike in St. Clines, where if you're on the left, if you're a leftist, you're a leftist. If you're a liberal, you're a liberal. But here, they are all the same thing. So there is no ideological philosophy. Our politicians are bereaved of ideological philosophy. So, but this also calls for the issue. I think it brings to bear the issue of independent candidates. I think our electoral act or even the constitution will see that time has come for us to have independent candidates, that you mustn't become whatever you want to be through the party system. You can contest as an independent candidate. And for some who have been termed as serial defectors, that defecting from one party to the other, it's as a result of the fact that the typical Nigerian politician is self-oriented. All what they are doing is to serve their selfish interests. So if they join party A and they feel their interest is not being protected there, they move to the next party. Because there is no difference. It's just difference in name, but not in philosophy. So they move to wherever they feel. Politics is a game of interest. Wherever they feel their interest is being protected, or wherever they perceive them a little threat to their interest being manifested, so they will defect to where they feel more comfortable. And basically, like I said, it's based on the fact that these people do not have political philosophy. There's no political philosophy. Ordinarily, if we have political philosophy guiding our politicians, you will go to where your philosophy is, you align with that philosophy of that person or that party. We don't just move around. So it's high time we begin to do politics of philosophy, not politics of anyhow. Anybody can join anything, because there has to be some definitions. There has to be some manifesto. We are not manifesto of what I would do for the people. Let's see your political ideology. Where do you incline to? Are you a liberal person? Are you a Democrat? What are you? What are the parties for? So that calls to question for us to really consider in the next electoral reform the fact that we need, time has come for independent candidacy of our politicians. It shouldn't be that you must go through political system, political parties, because even when you're voting, cases are bound where they say it is the party that is contesting, not the individual. We must come to a stage where we look at capacity of the various politicians contesting, not the party. Not the party. If performance, if we look at somebody, we feel this person can perform, not the party, because our emphasis is more on party politics. So if the party does not put you up for election, you are not contesting, and if the party dumps you, you are doomed. So but and that in a way that robs us our right to choose. Actually, you don't need political background to feature in politics. It is your competence. Everything about politics is competence. Who can do the work? Who can deliver? Who can perform? The only thing we are going to have if we practice independent candidacy or individual candidacy is there will be influx of people. Every Tom, Dick and Harry want to, maybe like usually in our Nigeria, let it be that it was once a presidential aspirant, so that will be in your CV. There's nothing we don't add in our CV. When you are introducing the person once presidential, 2027 presidential aspirant. So that's a CV for us. But there's also a way, we must also fashion out a way to curtail that. But by and large, the focus of that will be on competence, on who is capable, who can deliver, not really by party.
People actually moving cross-carpeting from one party to the other today. All these things are happening because of interest, because people are looking for opportunity where they can get their dreams or aspirations come to pass. It's all over. People are moving into A, from A to B, C to D, because they want to fulfill their aspiration. The most important thing is that the party that can take you to where you are going, because party is a vehicle that will take your aspiration to where you are going. That's the reason why you are seeing this movement to affect the forthcoming election, because politics is a game of numbers and it's a game of interest. And if the candidates at the end of the day, after the screening from various parties that stand with their dreams, then the people will definitely vote the candidate of their choice, which will definitely affect.
Nigeria political parties are just a group of people who associate to grab power. They have no desire for anything other than just being special purpose vehicles for the purpose of getting power at any level. That is why our politicians can move few minutes to elections from party A to party B without remorse. You can imagine that politicians just jump from one party to another, still expecting their supporters to follow them to the next party, believing that they will have votes. I think that laws should be made to check this situation of people going with the ticket of the party that sent them into power. We look at situations where very visible politicians move from party A to party B. You find out that they are only desperate to occupy office. They are desperate to have power. That is the main reason why they are moving from party to party. I condemn this, and I urge Nigerians to take note of such people's character. It shows that they lack character, and such kind of persons should not be voted into office.
Defecting from one party to another is as a result of lack of organization. When party is not properly structured, when the political aspirant was not given a level playground for them to prove themselves, where there are consensus, where people do not allow themselves to be voted for, in the sense that party faithful know their choice of candidate they want to choose. But a result of where leaders will just endorse people without not considering the party members. As a result of that, these are the reasons why people will move from one party A to party B, and that is not really democratic. If you belong to a political party, is good for that political party, for you to grow that political party, for that political party to come to a limelight. But a situation whereby people defect from one party A to party B, party C, is as a result of interest. When your interest is not being fulfilled, you will look for alternative. That is why people are defecting, and it has a very great impact, negative impact on the electorate, in the sense that they will see that political leader who is contesting that is not faithful, because they are already clamoring, singing your praise in that political party. At the end of the day, you just desert that party for no just cause, and you are telling the public that there is no level play ground for political leaders. It has a very great effect on the electorate, because the electorate will not understand who to vote for, and secondly, they will also see you that you are not a party faithful.
So many reasons why people exchange or leave their party for none. There are some with selfish reason. There are some because of the government of the day. Let's, for instance, take the PDP. You can agree with me that PDP is no more the PDP as it was. You have some who want to jump here, jump there, maybe because of what they will benefit. There are some who the government or party in government will give large sum of money to the camp so as to weaken that party. For me, as people, even those contesting in my party, if they bring drink and put envelope, I don't accept the envelope. I can accept the drink and cola to pray for you. So that tomorrow if they are there, they cannot say they bought that position from leaders.
The defections of politicians from one party to another is a normal situation, particularly in election seasons like this. Apart from the fact that it is enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also in the Electoral Act that politicians are free to freely associate with any of the political party, because we operate a multi-party democracy in Nigeria. So politicians who no longer feel comfortable or feel they are not given the opportunity to achieve their ambitions can choose to jump ship or move to another party. Just that in some situations we've seen politicians seeing some of these political parties as a special purpose vehicle, whereby they no longer have ideology, they don't have decorum in becoming nomadic politicians. They are known for moving from party A to party B, and once their ambition is not met, they jump from party B to party C, when they also see that the pendulum is not also swinging into their when they also see that the pendulum is not swinging into their favor, they also jump from B again to C or to D. And in that case, you begin to ask yourself, those politicians are seeking personal aggrandizement instead of having the service or the goal to serve the people as their main goal. So in terms of the impact on polity, it is meant initially to provide viable alternative to the electorate. But in the case of Nigeria, you've always seen majority of the politicians that we now refer to as nomadic politicians do so for their personal gain and for their personal interest, and so does not really add value to the quality of governance that we get, or to the quality of candidate that is being presented to the electorate to vote for during the general elections. What you see now, generally, particularly in the Nigerian situation, the Nigerian electorate are becoming very, very knowledgeable, very, very sensitive, in the sense that they no longer look at the political parties. Instead, they are now assessing individuals based on what they perceive is going to be their performance if they should get the position that they are aspiring for. So I really don't see it affecting the electorate if they perceive that particular person to be of value, or what they think that person is going to change in the polity. So even if it's just that in the Nigerian situations, we've not really have opportunity to have independent candidates that can really stand as a movement to be able to ginger electorate or general support that they can win elected positions on their own as an individual, just like you have in the other advanced democracy where you have independent candidates. So for the electorate, they are now looking for credible candidates. They are not looking at party A or party B, because generally now all the parties seems to have the same manifesto or ideology, and it's the same season of politicians in party A that you see in party B or party C. Just that we, as the ruling party, has become more stable, we are more stabilized, and that's why you see that in recent times you've had few defections from my own political party. Most of the defections you see are other mainstream oppositions that is trying to gather themselves and see how well they can form a vehicle to challenge us as the ruling party.
With some of the response from the people we actually spoke to on what we are looking at on today's viewpoint, talking about defection by party members, some said it is as a result of lack of loyalty to the particular party the candidate is actually representing, which is also perceived to be as a result of internal sabotage, while some are also saying that it's as a result of some of these party candidates trying to look for a particular party that suits and aligns with their vision for the reason with which they are contesting or vying for that particular position. It is a viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure. Yeah. But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about even is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating. Okay. I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing. Okay. Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy. Okay. Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurity, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that. Okay. This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it. Okay. let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what you narrate to
which is
romance.
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself, is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing. Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity. Insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness? Like he
Mm.
talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature of the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually it will erode away, and we will become best of friends, we will become partners, and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens. You
The
understand?
problem is with the repercussion.
Then there is always a repercussion. There is always something.
All
So
right.
that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating, because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing is cast on. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there, you're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, is you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that they're insecure. I can go into, like I've told them, I can go to a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't breed anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying because there is a whole lot. But sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like just to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up and say, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn. Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. The person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019, we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that.
Smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going into jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
How they go there.
So back then, when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person, you want to, but no, I know there's a process. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through, to get to the point where, you know, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through. Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, mental laziness. The laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it as a, what makes this person outstanding, then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my face and you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous of you. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so one time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes, and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication, yes. Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. If when it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this, and then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Benedict. Like, I like what I say, and he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.